Best Ball Breakfast. Got a fun show on tap today. I'll be doing a solo draft. Then we will have the regulars, Pat Kerrane and Mike Leone swinging by for drafts. And then special guest today, Nick Ercolano from BDGE. Going to be drafting with him in the cleanup slot. I'm Pete. This is Best Ball Breakfast. Let's do it.
It really isn't that hard, guys. You just go top two, win it, win it. Okay, I think we can be done here at running back. You only have 3 running backs. This roster is littered with game theory, arbitrage, exploits, and theoretical reasoning. Bro, light mode, my eyes, dude. I don't know, I prefer that move more in a time box contest. Bro, have you ever scrolled so far down that like there's no more names, bro? Don't do drugs, kids. Draft and drive instead. You can't have it both ways, dude. Quid pro quo.
All right. How are we doing? So Judson says, how do we get tipped off on the drafts opening? I'm new to Discord. So I literally just dropped the alert in. I believe I was the 12th person to register for this draft. So apologies there for anyone wanting to get in this first one. But guess what? There's still 3 more drafts after this, so plenty of chances. But the long answer is once you're in the Deposit Kingdom Discord, there in the FAQ section, there are instructions. You sync your YouTube account with your Discord account. That will unlock the Best Ball Breakfast channel. Within that channel, I will let you know when I'm hopping in a draft. And I actually use an alerts thing. If you check the pins within that Best Ball Breakfast channel, you can subscribe to those alerts. And then when I tag that alert, you'll get a ping yourself. That's when you know I get in a draft. So that is the long and short of it. Let me get my draft board up on screen here, and we will get rolling here. I believe, what draft slot do I have today? I have the 110. The 110 here on Best Ball Breakfast. I believe I should check which draft this is for me. Which BBM draft is this? This is 47. Draft number 47 for me here, almost at the 1/3 mark. Have been mainly drafting on Best Ball Breakfast. We've been doing some on After Dark. Have been doing some on the Deposit Kingdom channel. Yeah, I'm going to maybe have to pick up my pace a little bit, but I'm still kind of pacing to be able to draft all of my BBM teams either on stream or for a video, pre-recorded video on the Deposit Kingdom channel. That's my goal. We will see if I'm able to pull it off. Might have to squeeze in a marathon stream at some point down the stretch, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let me get the draft board up here. See how you guys are doing in the chat. All right, I'm on the clock here. CMC and Genty goes. Yeah, if you're going to give me Malik Neighbors at 110, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it. You know, I have a few things I stand for in this world, and one of them is selecting Malik Neighbors at or around ADP in the first round. That CMC movement has really solidified here up to an ADP of 8.2. It feels like, what, a month ago? He was still at like 11 or 12. And then Lord Reeves came on Best Ball Breakfast, took him at 102. Next thing you know, we blink, and he is a fixture of the mid to late first round. Raphael wants to know if we are going to be drafting GMs on Ship Chasing this Thursday. If you guys missed that, last Thursday, Pat Kerrane had this idea for us to all draft a fantasy team using exclusively NFL coaches. I thought it was the dumbest idea I've ever heard. I didn't prepare for it at all. I thought it was going to be a flop. Everyone fucking loved it. We had a blast. We had a blast doing that. So make sure you check that out on Ship Chasing. And holy cow, Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins, dare I let out an early morning, oh, I do not know if I have gotten a Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins start. Nico, ADP of 11 falls to 15. What a way to start this morning here on Best Ball Breakfast. What is up, Frankie? Someone says I'm starting to look like Brock Lesnar more and more. Let's do a side-by-side here and see if this is correct. I mean, God, hopefully this is not the part of Brock Lesnar that you think I'm starting to look like here. Do you guys see it? I mean, I have been working out, but this I feel like is a fairly unflattering comp. Or should I be taking it as a compliment? I'll let you guys decide if that's a compliment or not. Shout out to my guy, Josh. gifting out 5 memberships. Very nice of Josh on After Dark this past weekend. Josh was my guest. I did it Best Ball Bash style. So anyone who was in the chat entered a drawing. Josh's name came up. We drafted a really fun team. He taught me his robust running back ways. We went very high T. And that was a blast to get to know Josh, a Phillies fan living in KC country. You can check out that show if you guys are YouTube members. And like I said, in addition to the bash on Wednesdays, where YouTube members have a chance to hop on stream and draft with me, I'll also continue to sprinkle those in on some After Dark shows as well for the people who aren't able to drop everything they're doing on a Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern to draft. Yes. One of the things that has been so fun about the Best Ball Bash shows, not only getting to draft with different people from the Deposit Kingdom community, but just seeing everybody's different draft styles and seeing like the clear vision that every one of these drafters comes into in these drafts, you know. And there's some fun stuff. Like I love getting to draft with Pat and Leone every week. And I feel like it allows us to kind of go on tangents that you wouldn't otherwise be able to go down if you were just doing a single draft with a guest. But having the people from the Deposit Kingdom pop on and get to kind of share their philosophy on how they want to draft, go after their targets. And it like legitimately sometimes with Josh, I was like, oh man, is this the build we want to do? I'm getting nervous, Josh. Do we need to take some wide receivers here? And he said, don't worry, bro. I got you. I've done this a million times. There'll be some wide receivers for us to take late. And sure enough, I think we pulled it off. While we got Nez in the chat here, this is another reminder. We're getting all kinds of housekeeping out of the way early. Nez is going to be my guest on the randomizer on Wednesday afternoon. So that's immediately following Best Ball Bash. I'm going to put out a tweet later this afternoon. I need you guys to start thinking about some prompts that we should put on the wheel for Nez. Last year, we did one with John Warner, his Badge Bros partner there, Roto Run. And now it's time to turn the tables on to Nez. Very excited for that show on Wednesday. All right, looks like we are whipping around here to pick 34 here at the back end of the 3rd round. We, of course, get that GM start with Malik Neighbors and Nico Collins. And man, this is not your typical streamed room with Terry McLaurin, JSN, Mike Evans, Tet McMillan, everyone on the board here. Let's see. Terry McLaurin, we could do something like a Terry and play for a Jayden Daniels. I have been selecting a little bit of JSN in this range. Let's see. Terry plays Malik Neighbors in week 15, little light tiebreaker there. Let's continue to just GM this. I do tend to like to do that, knowing you can kind of compound the uniqueness by continually scooping ADP followers early once you've already established that, like knowing, hey, Malik Nico is pretty rare. Add another slight faller there, Terry, who falls, 4 picks later. And then you can really kind of supercharge the uniqueness of that start. I would wager there are not too many Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins, Terry McLaurin teams. So we will let the room dictate the start of this draft and see where we go from here. Benjamin says, Pete, would you ever take Achane or Henry at pick 1 or 2 to flip the board, or is that too early? Yeah, I think that's too early. And I'm going to get so few 101s this year. I do want to, prioritize Ja'Marr Chase, who I think is the clear cut 101. I don't mind the idea, though, of like Henry Achane at the 1-2 turn, where you're essentially taking 2 second-round picks in the first round there. I think that could make sense. Let's have a little fun here, though. We got the value. I typically have been doing these late quarterback, late tight end rooms. Let's take this opportunity on the Terry fall to get Jayden Daniels. I think my default would be to take Tet McMillan here. I think that would just be kind of my best available, my favorite selection. But if I'm going to get a Terry fall, let's use this as the opportunity to get an elite quarterback here with Jayden Daniels, and then we'll get that stack along with Neighbors and Nico here. What's up, coolers? Welcome to the YouTube memberships. Lundar wants to fill the puppy superflex and the schnauzer. I believe I'm almost done with my schnauzers there, as I still tab over to see Brock Lesnar on my clipboard here. I think I have one more schnauzer left in me. And then, yes, I'm going to circle back to the superflex. Yep, I have one more schnauzer left. And then I got to get over to the puppy superflex, which is 67% full there. Eastern Bunny wants me to talk about Jalen Noel bowl case. What's the pitch? The pitch is that he's a rookie. He's one of the cheaper third round rookies in the pool. When you look at, guys where Kyle Williams is going, I'm very in on the Houston Texans offense this year being a bounce back. And I am never wanting to overthink things with depth charts as it pertains to rookies. Obviously, Ricky Pearsall was a round 1 rookie, so it's certainly a different bet. But a lot of people looked at that situation last year and said, how could he ever get on the field? He's blocked. And then he was the guy you needed in week 17. So I think Jalen Noel is good. I think there are lots of ways that he could be relevant. I think even in, 4 wide receiver sets, I think he could have some splash plays as like a Tank Dell-esque impact on that offense. I think he's one injury away to either of Nico, Kirk, or Jayden Higgins to being on the field a ton. And I also think he could just be a guy that gets on the field late, that kind of takes over from Christian Kirk down the stretch. So I think there are a lot of outs for Jalen Noel. I will totally concede that the median case is he is probably a 0. But I think in the situations where he does get playing time, he can be an uber smash, in this offense and with his skill set. So those are the exact kind of rookies I like to round out my teams with. I also do it a lot with Pat Bryant in that range. But yes, Jalen Noel strikes me as a very solid pick, especially as he's gotten cheaper. I mean, at pick 177, you are in territory there where it's hard to find any players with similar amount of kind of untapped mystery box upside. Oh no, I don't know if I like these suggestions. Pete, look up Brock Lesnar's daughter. She's a collegiate track athlete and literally looks just the exact as him. Okay, maybe after these picks, we can get back to doing the Brock Lesnar family tree Google search. Ooh, I like this. Tyler says Noel is literally the key to December festivities. Just got to believe. I love that. There you go. Santa is coming and Jalen Noel will be bringing the cheer. All right. We are at 5'10 here. I think I kind of like the pocket of wide receivers that I'm going to be able to get coming back here. This room has not been too wide receiver heavy, so I doubt all of these guys get chewed up. I think I've been really wrestling with Kenneth Walker and Chuba. I think I like Ken Walker here a bit. Let's do Ken Walker over Chuba. I'll show that I have slight player takes, not allowing the room to dictate every single pick I make. Holy cow. Pete just took Kenneth Walker over Chuba Hubbard. I still like Chuba, but I do think I prefer Kenneth Walker straight up. So we'll add him as our running back 1 here. Little kind of modified, anchor out of the late 5th round, and then we'll see what comes back. Jaden Fry likes this team so far. Jaden Daniels stacked up with Terry, Kenneth Walker at running back, Malik Neighbors, and Nico, the other quarterbacks here, wide receivers here. Let's see here. Chuba does go, as does Ridley, Rome, Chuba. Let's see here. I love both of these wide receivers. Addison, Jennings, Godwin is up here. My thing on Addison has been, I think the market is going to double count when he inevitably gets suspended. His trial date, I believe, is mid-July. I think we're going to get a lot cheaper Addison at some point this summer. He kind of seems like a lock to me to slip to the back end of round 6. So even though I'm still okay with his price here, I'm going to sit on a lot of my Addison clicks and save that for the latter half of the summer once that suspension gets doled out, kind of assuming we're going to get somewhere from, 1 to 3 games. And I'm going to select Juwan Jennings here, who continues to be one of my favorite clicks in this range. I really just want to be selecting some 49er in basically every draft, whether that's Kittle, Jennings, which those guys are my favorites, Pearsall, and then Ayuk, who also is going to get a little cheaper here with Pup looking inevitable. But man, Juwan Jennings in the 6th round, I'll continue to click him over and over again. I've been kind of surprised that he's not getting a little bit more expensive in conjunction with the Ayuk bearishness. But Kittle and Jennings continue to kind of just hover around their current ADP, which I think presents a pretty clear buying opportunity there. The fact that you could get a fast start from those guys, in addition to them just being big parts of the offense, is pretty attractive. Let's see. Holy cow, Pete just drafted a vegetable over an RB with a top 5 run blocking and the highest paid O-line. I don't even know who you're talking about here. But cool. Let's see. Tampa Bay over San Francisco. Maybe like in a vacuum, but I think if you're talking price adjusted on the players, I think the San Francisco prices are way more attractive. I mean, the passing offense with Godwin and Evans compared to where you are drafting Juwan Jennings, Pearsall, Ayuk, Kittle, those guys are cheaper than they've really ever been. And we have Debo removed from the offense as well. Let's see here. Yes, thank you, Tyler. Can we get some likes going? We're up to 320 people watching. If you guys are checking it out, do us a favor and hit that like button, subscribe. We're here every Monday doing a 4-hour mega stream, solo draft, ones with the BBM 3 champ, Pat Kerrane, Mr. Best Ball Manifesto himself, the ultimate machine, Mike Leone, and then a rotating guest today, one of my favorites, Nick Ercolano from BDGE. Tim wants me to stop talking football and look up Lesnar's family tree. Okay. Brock Lesnar daughter. Oh, I did see clips of her doing the shot put, and she went to Colorado State. There we go. There we go. Yeah, she is a beast. Love that. We got a Ram in here along with the likes of Michael Gallup, who are other Trey McBride, our other CSU famous alums, and now we have Brock Lesnar's daughter. What's her name? Get out of here, Google AI. Maya Lesnar. There you go. All right, let's see what we got here at 7:10. I'm also thinking about some of my quarterback options. Obviously, Brock with Jennings, Stroud with Nico. We got a 1-1-4 here. Picking at pick 82. It'll be tough for me to pass on one of these Green Bay wide receivers. Otherwise, I will probably swing over and draft a running back here. We'll see what Egghead does. Goes Pollard. Yeah, I'm going to take Jayden Reed. I can't help myself. I've been balancing my clicks on Golden and Reed, but Jayden Reed at pick 82 as my wide receiver 5 here sets me up nicely. And I think I will like my running back options here at 8-3. Probably grabbing my second running back here. Pacheco does go. I could have been considering him coming back. Iron Demon here with a pretty running back fueled squad. Wide receiver fueled squad. 6 wide receivers through 7 rounds for this drafter. I'm going to go Aaron Jones or Brian Robinson here. No, let's just break the tie in favor of Brian Robinson on a Jaden Daniels team. Aaron Jones, a few picks past ADP. Brian Robinson, pretty much right at ADP. But we have Jaden Daniels. We have Terry McLaurin. Let's rip it in on the Washington Commanders and grab our second running back here in Brian Robinson. How much Juwan Jennings do I have? Let's see. I think he's up there with Jalen Noel as one of my most drafted wide receivers. Where is he? Oh, not quite as high as I thought. 14.8%. 14.8% Juwan Jennings there. And Jalen Noel, my most drafted rookie wide receiver and overall wide receiver right now. All right, I think it's time for a coffee pour here. And I was thinking about something this morning, which is it's 88 degrees here right now. It's probably going to get close to like 95 to 100 here by this afternoon. I was dangerously close to going the iced coffee route today, which ends up being kind of a controversial subject on Best Ball Breakfast now that, the coffee pour is such a fundamental aspect of what we do around here. And some people get upset when I have the cold brew or the iced coffee because I deprive you guys of the pour. But I want you to know there's going to come a time this summer in the very, very near future where I am going to have to switch from hot coffee to cold coffee. Okay. I just want everyone to brace themselves. These are the kind of conversations I have to have with my 2.5-year-old, where I can't spring anything on her out of the blue. I have to prep her for it. I have to have the conversations well in advance. April, we are going to be taking your bath in 20 minutes. I just want you to know that is a thing that is happening. Please do not freak out when I tell you in 20 minutes that we're going to take your bath. Now, I realize it sounds like I'm equating you guys to my toddler. I realize I accidentally did that, but I'm just prepping you guys that I will have to go to cold coffee here at some point. I'm dying out here. It is hot and I need ice in my coffee. However, let's enjoy the good times while we have it. There it is. There it is. A true hot coffee pour here in the dead of summer. For our audio listeners, who I will always service and continue to post this audio on the In a Vacuum podcast feed, we have Jayden Daniels, Kenneth Walker, Brian Robinson, Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins, Terry McLaurin, Juwan Jennings, and Jayden Reed here. Let's see, 1, 2, 5. I think this is a running back pick for me. Here we go. This is going to be me giving an olive branch. There are the great Jacksonville Jaguar battles going on Twitter. I've been firmly on the Tootin camp, but I am going to show some humility here. I'm going to say, what if I'm wrong? What if it is Travis Etienne? I'm generally clicking Cam Scatabo in this range, partly because Etienne, I feel like, isn't there. But on this team, we will grab Etienne here as our third running back, and I will continue to practice some humility in how I attack the Jags backfield. I even took Tank Bigsby on a Schnauzer team the other day. He fell to like pick 160, and I said, you know what? It's finally time I grab a Bigsby share. All right, Michael, relax. I like my coffee like I like my women, hot. All right, buddy. I like a cold woman as well. Let's not be too picky here. How were those hill sprints today, Pete? They were good. I was dying though. All right, let's grab Brock Purdy here. We do have multiple other quarterback outs. As far as Jayden Reed with Jordan Love, we obviously have Nico here. Should I push it? Maybe I should push it. We have Jayden Daniels. I do like Scatabo a lot here. We're not going to take Sharbs on a Kenneth Walker team, and we have Malik Neighbors. Glad we were able to talk that through. Sometimes the stacking brain, it just like goes on autopilot and you're like, brr, is there a quarterback at ADP? And I've already selected a player from his team. Boom, select that player. But I think with our investment in Jayden Daniels, with still being some really nice running back options there and being able to have a couple other quarterback options, I think it made sense to push it there. Now we got 1 quarterback, 4 running backs, 5 wide receivers, still no tight ends yet. But that is not too big of an issue here with how many solid tight end options should be available in these next 2 to 3 rounds. Manly Moose says the Charbs Walker combo for when one gets traded. I remember this being kind of like a rumor for a while. I don't think it's going to happen. And I also don't think it even makes sense. You know, I think the identity of this Seahawks team this year is going to be on the ground. I think they know that Kenneth Walker isn't, necessarily a picture of health. I think they really like that they can plug Sharbs into the offense when Kenneth Walker gets dinged up, and basically be a 1-for-1 replacement, can play in the passing game. If you remove that from the offense, you have a pretty barren depth chart there. So I just don't think where the Seahawks are this year, and how they're going to run this offense, which I do think is going to be really, really run focused. I think they want to have those 2 backs. So I am not playing miracle trade outs there with the handcuff angle. What is even like, who is even is anyone drafting the 3rd back there? I guess it's Damian Martinez is the one that would be vaguely interesting if there were an injury. I'm not even going to say trade because I don't think that's happening. Yeah, Kenny McIntosh is still there. Not much to get excited about. And then the rookie Damian Martinez, who Was a fun click during big board season, but did not get anywhere close to the draft capital we were all hoping for. Slappy Martinez. Pius says just get a pitcher of iced coffee so you can still pour. You know what? I kind of did that last year. I had my carafe, but people still complained. It just does not hit the same as the hot coffee pour. But I hear you. I can try to service both my temperature tastes for coffee along with the chat's desire to get a quintessential pour. Very soft drum beat for Damian Martinez. I have not been in the Coach Speak Discord in the past week or so, so I might have missed some drum beat on Damian Martinez. All right, let's see what we're cooking with here. As a bunch of quarterbacks come off the board, J.J. McCarthy, Jared Goff, Drake May, Justin Herbert, people still selecting Jack Besh at pick 128 for some reason. Man, what are we doing here with Jonnu Smith? I'm sorry, I'm taking Jonnu Smith. Jonnu Smith, ADP 114, falls to 130 here. This is a really sweet spot for tight end too. I'm trying to see if I'm going to get sniped on double quarterback here by either of these guys, because ideally I'll come away with a tight end and a quarterback here. But I think the Jonnu value is just too much to pass up on. I just think that's kind of an absurd price. I think, again, almost like with the conversation we were having about, a Sharps trade or whatever, I know we had those rumors about a Jonnu trade to the Steelers, but every day that doesn't happen, it becomes increasingly less likely to happen, at which case Jonnu back on the Dolphins, a team I want to be investing in this year. I guess I'm confused why Jonnu's going at pick 130. And now we get to decide, do we prefer Jordan Love or CJ Stroud on this team? Jordan Love, week 5 bye, CJ Stroud, week 6, no issues there. Both of them have a stack with us. Nico, our first, Jordan Love, the second. I think I'll just go with the higher ADP guy here in Jordan Love, who falls 7 picks past. I don't think we'll be able to get Tucker Kraft because he's going to go by the time we pick next, but there's still Romeo Doubs kicking around. And here's the real reason I'm going to do it. I can't be seen on camera selecting Dalton Schultz anymore. So let's go with Jordan Love here, and let's recap now through 12 rounds. This has been a pretty clean draft. Jaden Daniels and Jordan Love at quarterback, Kenneth Walker, Brian Robinson, Travis Etienne, Cam Scatabo at running back, Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins, Terry McLaurin, Juwan Jennings, and Jaden Reed at wide receiver, and Jonnu Smith at tight end. And I do owe you guys a little ahoo for Jonnu Smith. Ahoo! What is up, Fantasy Football Garage? Never Love? Why are you guys out on Jordan Love? I'm very excited about Jordan Love. I do click Stroud a lot. My quarterback exposures are pretty smoothed out, but I do have way more Houston stacks, I believe, than I do Green Bay stacks just because of that cost disparity. But I, unfortunately, do not have the confidence as you guys that CJ Stroud is that much better than Jordan Love. Well, look at this. They're neck and neck. You can see here I have more entry fees on CJ Stroud, 223 versus 123. But those are my 2 most drafted quarterbacks, hence why I was put in a blender there on which one of those 2 to take. Dalton Schultz ass team. Look, I'm cooling. I got to cool on Dalton Schultz. I was listening. Leone and Gretsch are now doing their terrific off-season projection series pod, and they had the AFC South that kicked things off. And Gretsch was really putting Dalton Schultz in a body bag in a way that said, all right, I need to stop just on autopilot on CJ Stroud teams, tacking on Dalton Schultz. So that was a come to Jesus moment for me there with Dalton Schultz. I've had this conversation before a lot. I'll do it again. Brett says, if you can stack your round 1, 2 wide receiver with the QB, why would you stack your round 7? I actually prefer stacking my later option. And the reason is this: when I take a player in round 1 or round 2 They are studs. They can get there in any game environment. And Nico's actually the perfect example for this. There were plenty of games last year where CJ Stroud was not making or putting up a meaningful score at quarterback, and Nico Collins was still putting up wide receiver 1 numbers. That's what an alpha does. Players like Jayden Reed, though, they need the crazy game environment. They need the spike week to be reliably hitting your lineup, which means the quarterback is more likely to come along for the ride. So I actually want to correlate more with my later picks than I do with my early picks. Nico can do it in any scenario. CJ Stroud can throw for 2 picks, and Nico can still have, a 20-point game. So I love stacking my cheaper wide receivers, and I think it's kind of a trap psychologically to prefer stacking your first ones, if all things are equal. If I didn't have Jordan Love on the board, I would have taken CJ Stroud there, no hesitation. And guess what? This is what we're going to do, folks. This room is going to give me CJ Stroud as my quarterback 3. I know I have Jaden Daniels. I know I have Jordan Love. I don't need him, but I'm going to take CJ Stroud here. And now this conversation is moot because if you're going to give me CJ Stroud at pick 154 on a Nico Collins team, I'm going to take it. So there we go. Everyone could be happy now. Everyone could be happy. Let's see what we want to do here at this pick at 14-3, because we now have a 3-4-5-1. I am tabbing off the quarterback position. We don't want to take Austin Eckler. We could, I guess. We could, but with Brian Robinson on this team, I'd rather kind of place my bet there. I think I like Jalen McMillan here as my wide receiver 6. He plays opposite Jonnu Smith in week 17. I think I can kind of push my tight end 2 a little bit here, even though I do kind of like this Freiermuth and Strange territory. But there's always plenty of options, and Zach Ertz also makes sense as a back stack there. I think we're going to go Jalen McMillan as our wide receiver 6 here, right at ADP. Why are you saying, oh no, Pete? Because of Stroud? I don't think there is anything wrong with taking the 3rd QB there at immense value. In fact, your boss over at Legendary Upside is a big proponent of this move too, where the fact that you're getting an extra stack on a team that is already pretty balanced, I feel really good at running back. I don't feel behind here. I feel really strong at wide receiver. Tight end, when I get a huge value on Jonnu Smith, it's like kind of sneaking in an extra pick there. So I was going to have a luxury pick on the back end. And again, I think we're used to thinking about our luxury picks in round 18. You can also spend your luxury pick at pick 154 if you're getting a huge value and it's stacked up there. So I burned my luxury pick early, and then we'll, take care of positional needs, adding on some more running backs and tight ends in the later rounds. But I'm just not going to pass up on a stacked quarterback that I really like 20 picks past ADP. Like CJ Stroud should not be available at pick 154 there. Savion Williams, man, I have not clicked him. I should probably be more open to sprinkling him in. I've done a little bit of Ty Felton. You basically have some of those really cheap 3rd round wide receivers back there. Has there been any drumbeat on Savion Williams? Can one of you news heads let me know if I've missed anything on Savion? Because I would love permission to take him. I would love permission to take him. Jeremy says, Pete, did you see the Jags signed wide receiver Travis Hunter? Yeah, I was touching a lot of grass this weekend, so I was not on Twitter much on Saturday or Sunday, but I did log in to see people overreacting. So for people who missed this, the Jags tweeted out 2 separate photos of Travis Hunter signing, I think, his contract. And one was signing it as a wide receiver and one was signing it as a defensive back. And based on how your algorithm served it up for you, you panicked. You're like, oh no, it's Travis Hunter's going to be a defensive back, not knowing there was also a wide receiver one and vice versa. So one of the more pristine examples of online broken brain overreacting to a 2-part Twitter post and having not seen the first part. All right, let's see here what we want to do. I would love to get a second tight end here, and I think we're in a sweet spot for it as well. Jalen Noel does go, so OMG, godlike here, snipes me on that. but I love my tight end options here. Brenton Strange, Hunter Henry, Mike Gesicki, all available. Brenton Strange, past ADP on a team where we already have Travis Etienne. I love kind of doubling up on teammate bets. We get a position of need here, and this draft continues to come together very nicely. 3 more picks, 3, 4, 6, 2, not behind at any positions here. Just have to land the plane. Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, CJ Stroud, Kenneth Walker, Brian Robinson, Travis Etienne, Cam Scatabo, Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins, Terry McLaurin, Juwan Jennings, Jaden Reed, Jalen McMillan, Jonnu Smith, Brenton Strange. I think ideally this team finishes with 1 more running back, 1 more tight end, and then I think we could either go with a 7th wide receiver or a 6th running back, depending on what we like. All right, it is time to think about what we want to do here. I do think it's a running back. Miles Sanders as our week 17 bring back to our commander stuff, I think makes a lot of sense. We got the big commander stack. We need a running back. Miles Sanders has been moving up. We had a long conversation about him. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago on Best Ball Breakfast? I think he's kind of the perfect click here on this team that still needs some bodies. You know, Kenneth Walker, Brian Robinson, Etienne Scatabo's a decent room. Not the strongest running back room. Let's add Miles Sanders on here. And the fact that we get the week 17 correlation with it is a pretty nice boost as well. McMillan could be a 0 all year, so feel like 7 wide receivers are needed. Yes. The way I've been kind of thinking about my wide receiver rooms, if I have 5 through the first, 6 or 7 rounds like I did here, I'm generally okay with 6 or 7. I guess I don't really think of picks like that necessarily, like the Jalen McMillan. Like if this team is winning $2 million, Jalen McMillan is probably contributing. I think the median outcome for a lot of wide receivers in this range are zeros or unhelpful. There's guys like Adam Thielen around the same price point where maybe you feel a little bit better about their overall early season production. But I'm drafting Jalen McMillan for 2 reasons only. I'm touchdown hunting in a really prolific offense, and I'm playing a contingent upside bet. If there's an injury to one of the other 3 wide receivers, then I think McMillan can return value there. Look at you guys. Uber generous in the chat today with the gifted memberships. Thank you here, Charlie. And I missed a few minutes ago. This is fine with the 5 memberships. Obviously, Josh, you guys are awesome. Thank you for that. And if you were just gifted a membership and you'd like to draft with me on Wednesday, hop in the chat, 1 p.m., use the hashtag join the bash. We'll spin the wheel. And by having a membership, you are eligible to partake in that drawing. The chat is literally gated to YouTube members only on Wednesdays. So once you have that membership, you can hop in there in the chat and enter that drawing. Thank you again, Charlie. Oh, and is this, I know Charlie was in the dance there in the underdog playoff contest. What did you end up finishing, Charlie? Was it 2nd or 3rd you were telling me? All right, 2 more picks here. 2 more picks. Dalton Schultz. I think I want to take Jatavian Sanders. Can I finally take Jatavian Sanders? I want to mix up. I said I'm not taking Dalton Schultz. I need to take a Dalton Schultz break. Otherwise, that person who said I'm obsessed with Dalton Schultz wins. Let's grab Jatavian Sanders. We get him as a week 17 bring back opposite Kenneth Walker. This is definitely a 3 tight end team, I think. And now we go Jonnu, Brenton Strange, Jatavian. I think a nice little blend of production, veterans, and some upside there with Sanders in the 17th. And now I think we are going to grab a wide receiver here. It is tough because I tend to like the running backs more in this range. Dylan Sampson, Keaton Mitchell. Those, I guess, would be really the 2 that I'd be interested in. But we do have some other options here, right? Jalen Coker is a guy I like clicking a lot. Someone I think is going to have an impact this season. And then Wicks just playing the double stack there with Jordan Love. I do a decent amount of Coker. I haven't had reasons to get onto Wicks much. Let's do it. We took Jordan Love there. We just have the skinny stack with Reed. Wicks is not a guy I want to be, hammering a ton, but I think at this juncture of the draft, getting Wicks there with the double stack makes sense. So there it is. There it is. Some people in the chat wanting Savion over Wicks. I don't mind that take. But like I said, have we gotten any kind of buzz or confirmation on Savion? It's the kind of pivot I will certainly be willing to make at some point, but don't know if I'm quite there yet. Okay, here's the team, guys. Let's see how it shook out. And I do think that's exactly what happened with the luxury pick. Imagine that I go wide receiver where I took Stroud or running back. Then at the end, I'm kind of debating, do I toss on like an 8th wide receiver? I could have done something like that had I done a 2 quarterback build, but I love getting 3 premium stacks all at nice values here. This team, Jayden Daniels, Jordan Love, CJ Stroud, Kenneth Walker, Brian Robinson, Travis Etienne, Cam Scatterbo, and Miles Sanders. Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins, Terry McLaurin, Juwan Jennings, Jaden Reed, Jalen McMillan, Dontavian Wicks, and then Jonnu Smith, Brenton Strange, Jatavian Sanders. I really like this team. I really like it. I love 3 quarterback, 3 tight end builds in general. The knock on them is you're often sacrificing some really high ceiling at the onesie positions. But I'd argue with Jayden Daniels, and I don't think anyone needs convincing on that, but also with Jonnu Smith at an extreme value, that you're still baking in some good single week upside at the onesies, while also kind of having the resiliency of a 3 quarterback, 3 tight end build. Feel good about the wide receivers. You could maybe nitpick the running backs. It's a pretty 0 RB-ish room, but you're playing a few situations to break in, I think, pretty realistic ways. Brian Robinson holds on to that backfield. Travis Etienne holds off the rookie in Bigsby there. Cam Scatterbo wins the job over Tracy. And then Miles Sanders kind of pulls away from that trio of Dallas options. So it's not a perfect team. It's kind of a unique team, but all of the value I got, I think, really opened up some fun angles here. Oh, sorry. I almost deprived you guys of a coffee pour. I was like hiding it down here. Let me give it to you. Let's see here. I've seen Wicks data overlaid with the first 2 years of Davante Adams, and I haven't been able to unsee it since. I mean, it's unfair to any player, much less other Green Bay wide receivers, to paint them with the most optimistic, late career breakout study of all time. Davante Adams, just so rare to not break out until later like he did. But I think, the way I want to think about the Green Bay room is it is like a bunch of wide receiver 2 types. We've seen flashes from all of these guys. We fucking saw Bo Melton flash at times. And so I think there's going to be kind of a carousel here. And you get to play a few different angles, I think, with a guy like Wicks, in that we have seen him be really efficient. So maybe he does take that later breakout. It's getting less and less likely when they add guys like Golden and Savion Williams, but you also still always have the contingent upside. If you get an injury here in this room, it can start to thin out and provide more opportunities for these guys. So yeah, but it is the kind of situation where I want to mix up my bets. I'm not going to be going super heavy on any one Packers wide receiver. And right now you can see it. Jaden Reed, I'm at 13.8. Matthew Golden, I'm at 12.2. Romeo Doubs, 7.3, Dontavian Wicks, 3.3, and Savion, 0.8. I need to get a little more Tucker Kraft. That's the one that feels a little light. And I continue to try to push this Marshawn Lloyd number lower and lower. Have not selected him in about a month after jamming him too much early. East of Ethan loves Wicks here, 18% across all my drafts. Let me hear your bull case for Wicks. Drop it in the chat so I can pull it up. Imwald says he has very little Wicks in standard best ball, but like 30% in weekly winners. Interesting. What's the huge differentiator for you there? Although I do, one of the things when we did the show on Off and on the Clock for weekly winners was I tend to like the stacking cheaply angle, right? Because you have to be so perfect with your early picks in that format. I mean, it's like the true ceiling is all that matters. And stacking early tends to limit your ceiling. Like if you take the, I guess the most popular example, or I guess an example would be like you take like Joe Burrow with Ja'Marr Chase and T. Higgins. And even though we know those guys can correlate in a single game environment positively, if Ja'Marr Chase is going for 40, it's less likely that T. Higgins is putting up a score that's going to hit the optimal lineup in weekly winners. However, the further you progress through the draft, the more viable it is to just lean into that team level correlation. So something like a Jordan Love backstack with a Tucker Kraft, Dontavian Wicks, and Romeo Doubs or whatever combo there, I do think is viable in weekly winners, especially with a team and a quarterback like Jordan Love who can spread things around a good bit. Where's Emmanuel Wilson? Yeah. I wish I had split my Marshawn Lloyd and Emmanuel Wilson up to here. Have not clicked him yet. For me, this is kind of a lesson in, I feel like clicking a bunch of Emmanuel Wilson right now would almost be compounding the mistake I already made, which was being overconfident in who is the RB2 in Green Bay. And I think that ambiguity still exists to Emmanuel Wilson. It just feels like a very muddied situation right now. So I'd rather just chill out, see how things progress. Is Marshawn Lloyd fully out of the picture, when we hit, later in the summer in training camp? Then I can start to say, all right, I'm feeling better about Emmanuel Wilson as the RB2. Let me grab some there. But right now, I think there's other bets that I'd rather make over Emmanuel Wilson late. Where do you stand on the Giants backfield? I have been more of a Scatabo bro. As you can see here, 15.4% Cam Scatabo, 5.7% Tyrone Tracy. But that's another one where I do want to tilt my bets to the rookie. I definitely want to tilt my bets to the rookie there. If I'm being like nitpicky though, I'd like to bring this Tracy exposure up a little bit, at least to even with the field. Because I do think there are scenarios where Scatabo is a flop and Tyrone Tracy is the lead back on an improved offense. But I do think it's more likely that Cam Scatabo is the relevant thing here. But again, you're thinking about this, like, is my confidence in like the 60 to 65% range? Right now, my bets are more distributed as if it's like a 75-25 type of thing. So these are like the kind of scenarios you can lightly massage as you go. And like you saw a situation here today where I had this happen twice in this draft, right? Where, hey, I'm taking a lot of Scatabo. I'm a little light on ETN here, 8.1% relative to where I'd like to be. I'm going to take ETN in this spot because I normally take Scatabo. Then Scatabo comes back. And then it's like, okay, well now Scatabo is at a good value and I like him. But that's kind of how I like to play those situations too. It's like, let the room either, force you into a different angle you want to explore or allow you to continue to double and triple down on your player takes because the room's just giving you them at what you view as a pretty good discount. I love this. I'm seeing so much Wicks talk. I'm like being transported back to hot best ball summer 2024, where I feel like there was a span of like 4 weeks where all we did was talk about Dontavian Wicks. Imwald says, I just feel like he's always free in the 18th round. That I can't disagree with. And the only thing he needs to do to have a 30-point week is catch the ball. He gets open. He's fast, dynamic, great weekly winners bet. Yeah, I don't mind that take. This is kind of the other fly in the ointment with all of this talk about the Packers, though, right? It's Christian Watson, who I believe, has he been practicing? Because he was a guy that has been kind of an afterthought for drafters. What is the latest on Christian Watson? Rehab's going well. We got a photo from his Instagram from a few days ago. Oh, yeah, this was the other report on Marshawn Lloyd, and I think someone had tagged me in this. He went to the same facility that Christian Watson went to for his offseason soft tissue injury. Why can't I talk? Soft tissue injuries. Here's what the article said. Lloyd visited the same Madison, Wisconsin facility this offseason that helped treat recurring soft tissue injuries for wide receiver Christian Watson. Lloyd said he learned the proper workouts to balance strength both in legs like single leg exercises, a similar takeaway Watson had last offseason before his recurring hamstring. Lloyd didn't participate fully in early offseason workouts, but he said he was 100% and the Packers were being conservative after his injury-riddled rookie season. He was a full participant in mandatory minicamp last week and is eager to showcase what he couldn't last season. So that's pretty good news. But yeah, so this Christian Watson stuff, tore his ACL 166 days ago, back out there looking pretty decent here, running routes shirtless on a track. But yeah, that's one to monitor. Because if you do have Christian Watson back in the mix, it gets even more muddied. Man, I could not hate or disagree with this take more. Scatabo is just A.J. Dillon. I don't even think that is just remotely close. I mean, Cam Scatabo's receiving profile is so much better than anything that A.J. Dillon has ever had. Like, if you want to talk about their short yardage stuff, A.J. Dillon, a big bruiser, short yardage thing. Scatabo, really efficient in short yardage goal line scenarios, sure. But that's where the comp stops because Scatabo's athleticism, like lateral agility, ability to catch the ball, dwarfs A.J. Dillon. I think that I'm open to this take. Manly Moose says Devin Singletary could mess up the whole thing between Tracy and Scatabo. I do think that's possible. I don't think it's the most likely outcome. But if Tracy struggles and Scatabo struggles, we've seen Devin Singletary be that veteran the coaches trust, who they say, all right, we tried doing this with Zach Moss. Devin Singletary, come on in. We tried doing this with Dameon Pierce. Hey, Devin Singletary, come in and mop this up. So not the worst take. Let's see. Charlie says, Pete, if BBM finals were a 1,000 person final like DraftKings instead of 500, would you do anything differently? I think that's a good question. I mean, I do think I would think even more about week 17 correlation. I think one of the things we talk about with BBM, we're often using it as a tiebreaker, but the larger that week 17 field gets, the more you have to treat it like a week 17 DFS tournament. So yeah, I think I would be prioritizing it even more, just knowing how hard it is going to be to get a top 10 finish in a 1,000 person field, really leaning into that correlation. I think it would move from, just like this nice thing to feather in throughout my drafts to more of a priority. Chat is firing today. Appreciate all these comments. I'm trying to catch up on it. I know we're juggling like 4 different simultaneous conversations at once, but appreciate all of the comments here. Michael says, Pete, is BBM being 25% full before the end of June comparable to previous years, or are the slappies slapping earlier than usual? That's a good question. I don't off the top of my head know how this fill rate is comparable to previous years. The one thing I will say is the underdog team and the drafts team is very good at pacing these contests. They know the levers they can pull to speed up fill rates for any one specific contest, by dropping new contests, not adding new contests, by featuring certain contests within the carousel that new drafters are seeing when they can first log in. So I've said it every year when people talk about fill rates for BBM. I'm going to always work under the assumption that the contest is going to fill sometime around a week before the season starts, because I know that's how Underdog would like the contest to go. They want their flagship contest to span the entire summer. And I always trust that they're going to pull the levers they need to keep that fill rate accordingly. So that's kind of how I always assume things will go. And that's how it's gone historically. Benjamin says, how much McBride in BBM is too much? 25% plus or minus. You can talk about exposures in a vacuum, which are, ultimately come down to your own personal risk tolerance. But I don't see any, huge problem with that. I guess certain questions I would be asking are you that much higher on McBride relative to Bowers and George Kittle, kind of the other tight ends at elite prices? I personally kind of think of those three in a cohort of what do I want my exposure to elite tight end to be, and then work from there, because I like all of those guys. But I don't blame you if you say, hey, when I'm sitting there on the clock at the back end of the 2-3 turn and, Bucky and Jonathan Taylor off the board. And I'm sitting there looking at, Josh Jacobs is the best available running back. And I see this long, flat tier of wide receivers who aren't separating for me. And I want to take who I think is the best player available in Trey McBride. I don't mind that conviction. I don't mind that conviction. I think you definitely need some things to break your way. Touchdown regression being one of them. I think one thing I've been struggling about with the Cardinals offense is I'm just like, why are things going to be different this year? We have no new variables. It's the same coaching staff. It's the same quarterback who can't see over the line. This is the same team that put Marvin Harrison out on an island last year and asked him to do too much. This is the same team that couldn't find a way to scheme Trey McBride touches in the red zone. So even though I like these individual pieces, I am trying to ask myself honestly, like, how does Trey McBride become a round 1 pick next year? How does Marvin Harrison become a 1-2 turn pick next year where he was going as a rookie? Like, can we safely project, even if we want to forecast a leap for these guys, just as natural progression of players? Hey, Trey McBride continues to improve. Marvin Harrison takes that second-year leap. I look at the environment and I'm just a little bit like, why are things going to change? Because there's a lot of offenses you can look around and say, hey, the Bears just got, the best OC in the league to now be their head coach. Or even a team like the Jets now get Justin Fields. Maybe they unlock a new dynamic there. It's nice to be able to hang your hat on a new variable to kind of fuel that hopium. I'm struggling with it with the Cardinals. And I'm not fading them, but I find myself not going out of my way to target Cardinals right now because I almost feel like we continue to kind of gnaw wave their struggles a little bit. So that's just me where I'm at with them right now. I would love to be more bullish though, because I love McBride. I think Harrison as a prospect was very exciting and I want him to be good. I think that would be very fun for both him and that offense, but it is a tough spot. Do we know when last year's winning team was drafted? I believe, someone correct me, I thought it was August. I thought it was in August this time. Joey B in the house. What is up, Joey B? We're going to have Pat joining us here in a few minutes, and we will be hopping in another draft here. Charlie points out that Kyler indeed has not gotten taller. Imwald is going to get his slappy flag. My 3 highest owned running backs right now are Tootin, Giddens, and Scatabo. I love it. It's very slappy. It's very slappy and very fun. Thank you, Nick. I very much appreciate this reminder. I have been severely lacking in my intro prep. I think I've done like 1 of 8 for Kerrane and maybe like 3 of 8 for Leone here as we're like 2 months into to summer best ball breakfast. Okay. Chat's correcting me. It was not August. It was a June 20th for the winning team last year. Thank you for that. Musty says solid lineup of guests today. Thank you. I appreciate that. If you guys ever have suggestions for the rotating guest slot, let me know. I like to keep it varied, mix it up, get some new voices in here. Sometimes people who aren't, as firmly entrenched in the underdog landscape as we are. It's always kind of fun to have a fresh set of eyes. Even having a guy like Lord Reeves, one of the best analysts in the business, even coming in with his rankings that weren't specifically tailored for underdog, but just getting to talk to him the way he's seeing the landscape this year, and then mapping that on to the game we're playing. How can we make how you envision, how you're projecting this season work for our purposes? And that's kind of what's fun to me about best ball and all of this is we get to talk to lots of smart people, lots of different projection sets, lots of players who are really good at game theory and thinking about how to win tournaments and just plucking the ideas you like here and there to kind of come up with your own kind of view on how you want to attack your drafts. Playmaker talking about Deontay Thornton. He's been drafting him in the 18th round since the big board. Now that his price is coming up, is there a point I should stop, or is it safe to chase him all the way up to the first round if need be? Well, you had me until you said the first round. So this is a conversation that happens a lot. I saw someone make, I don't know where it was, make a comment like, hey, Miles Sanders is really getting steamed up now. And there's two versions of steamed up, right? There's the like anecdotal sense. Everyone you hear is talking about Miles Sanders. Everyone on Twitter is talking about Miles Sanders. People are talking about it in Discords. There's that. But then there's the steamed up as it actually impacts how we want to approach them in drafts. And I think these guys that move from 200 to 180 in ADP, which is essentially like the Miles Sanders thing, that steam there is completely negligible to how we build teams. Like, it should not preclude you from drafting a player. And if anything, it's a really good indication that they're a better bet. Like, you're almost kind of trusting the market. And a lot of times runners continue to run. Miles Sanders will probably continue to get more expensive. So if you take off your feet off the gas, then you might not really like his price later. But the best analogy here, and I'll bring Pat on because he's one who's talked about this a lot as well, as you think about these guys, and you can roll your eyes if you've heard us make this analogy a million times, but you can think of them like auction values, and everything after about pick 130 or 140 is a dollar auction value player. They're all pretty much the same. And the other thing that dovetails with this is ADP is historically a predictor of fantasy performance up until that same range, about 130 to 140. And after that, ADP ceases to help us predict performance, which is why you should scroll down, why you should correlate, why you should get your guys, why you should hammer targets. Once they move up into more than 140 or so, that's when you need to start to have a conversation. Is the cost now too prohibitive? Is this something I want to back off of? But up until then, I think you can go get your guys if that is a target you still want to make. Right. Welcome to Best Ball Breakfast.
Thank you. Yeah, I love that point. I mean, my thing with, like, it's a little harder with when we use Miles Sanders as the example, because it's like it's not going to be like a total smash. You know, the season isn't going to be about Miles Sanders, I don't think. But I just think people probably pay a little bit too much attention to like what other people might have compared to what they have. Like, you're going to go through a gauntlet to get to week 17 in which a ton of awesome teams are going to get eliminated. And like, it's just kind of crazy. Like, how many teams are just going to get booted out because of how aggressive the weed down is to get to the final. So when you get to the final, it's much less about, you know, did you pay $3 for $1 player? It's, do you have the right guys? Do you have that? Like, if you had in the Kyron Puka year, you're like, I hope I have Kyron. I hope I have Puka. You know, it's about being right on those players. And if a guy's starting to move up because we're starting to gain confidence that he's a really good pick, I agree with you. I think that's more reason to take him, not less.
Yep. And I think maybe in the case of that specific example of Deontay Thornton, then being honest with yourself, is that a bet that you are confident in chasing, even though the cost isn't prohibitive? Like, is that a guy you want to have 30% of or 35% of? I would probably argue there are similar bets, you know, other, you know, late round rookie wide receivers that I would want to kind of be spreading that out. But if you have that confidence on the player, I don't mind the idea of chasing him up, I guess.
No, I agree.
The chat reminded me to play your intro, and I still forgot, and I refused to not play it. So, welcoming to the stage, Mr. Pat Kerrane.
Scuba Kerrane, Patty Millions, Peacock Pat Kerrane on the ones and twos.
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
98 yards to the fucking house against Carolina in week 10.
All right, there we go.
So Joey B said, to be honest, I don't mind seeing Pat's dirty Kadarius Toney feet. Now, that might be upsetting, but previously he had said, to be honest, don't mind not seeing Pat, which is even more hurtful. And I think he just hit enter before. So that's actually, it's one of those situations where the second comment actually makes me feel better. Yeah. Unless he meant both, in which case I feel horrible.
Exactly. All right, Pat, let's see. I'm trying to think of things that have changed since we last drafted. I mean, we haven't had too many big news things. I feel like we are in a little bit of a lull here. Have you guys on like the ranking side made any noticeable changes in the past week or so?
I mean, there was some kind of like lingering Steam stuff. Just guys that, you know, on the one hand, this is not a period where we would expect to get huge news because it's like very early still. Teams are really still kind of figuring this out themselves. But I do think like something with a Thornton, I think the fact that he's playing with the ones, you know, in some ways you're like, well, that means his ceiling goes up, or, you know, that he's in a better, honestly, it's his floor. I think you're like, hey,
Yeah.
Guys who are totally bust don't start with the ones in minicamp as rookies, right? So there's certain guys like Troy Franklin's got a bunch of steam from just Sean Payton saying stuff. Maybe steam's the wrong word, but Payton said a lot of nice things about Troy Franklin. I'm like, okay, that's good for his floor. He's less likely to be like a total disappearing act in his second season. He's still probably just gonna be like a rotational deep threat, but as a correlated bet, I think he's on the menu now. So it's kind of like more stuff around the margins. We didn't raise AD Mitchell, but he had a really nice camp and we were really high on him in the first place. So that kind of reinforced that position.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's any bigger moves. I mean, obviously Rice continues to kind of move up. Rashee Rice looking healthy. We've been kind of ahead of that for a while now and remain bullish on him.
I think that's a good, I like that framing though about upside versus floor, where it's like a lot of these guys, like we were talking about Savion Williams, in my last draft. And it's like all of these guys have the mystery box rookie upside, like it could be anything. But it is the floor, which is why we aren't slamming in 35% of anyone, because they are all of them at risk to be stone cold zeros.
Exactly. Yeah. And so hearing like, like Besh, Dubner has a standing alert to just ask me to lower Jack Besh's ceiling in our stuff every
I appreciate
every
that.
day. But yeah, you guys, it's a good working partnership that you guys must have.
Hang on real quick.
Okay.
Lamb or Gibbs here?
Let's do CD Lamb.
All right. All right, keep going on the Besh thing.
But I mean, obviously the Besh is like, he's mostly been with the twos, although he's apparently looked pretty good with the twos. So it's not like over. I think it's more about his floor. Like he's still mystery box upside. And teams get this wrong. Like there's guys that start slow and then they get out in the field and they're actually like quite productive. So I think right now we're mostly thinking about like which dudes are less risk to be total zeros and which guy are more risk to be zeros. Best risk of being a zero has definitely increased. I'm not sure that like if he gets out there, I don't really feel any differently about what Besh might look like at the end of the season than I did before this minicamp stuff.
Yeah, and my thought, it's like, so the whole stuff is that the whole reason people like someone whose name rhymes with Shmavis Kadek was very excited about Jack Besh's price was the fact that he was going to be on the field. And there were so many available routes behind the top two guys. You basically just have to beat out, Trey Tucker. Now that thesis has been kind of destroyed if he's not out on the field in those three. So now to me, it's like, it's more of a Jalen Noel bet. And I love Jalen Noel, where it's like, yes, he could just be really good and get on the field. It's contingent upside. It's the chaos of the season. But Jalen Noel's going at like pick 175 and Jack Besh is still routinely selected at 130.
It's similar to Pat Bryant as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is like, I hope I could get some Jack Besh shares. Like I would love to be able to get some when he slides back into that range.
Last week I almost got him at like 163 or something. I was going to take him
on Underdog or DraftKings?
Underdog.
Okay.
Yeah,
wow. I've not seen that. All right. Lad is here with CD or JT, your guy, Rashee Rice.
Lad all day, man.
Lad at
awesome.
Pick 20, getting a CD Lad. But yeah, go ahead you got a super cheap Besh. I have not seen that.
Yeah. He was falling like at the end of last week a bit. I think he's fine to grab the fall a little bit. I mean, he would be an example of like, he's a second round pick. Like if he's good, it's going to be kind of as an intermediate target earner. So he could have like some fun weeks at the very least. And I also wonder, like, it wouldn't shock me at all if by like the second week of training camp, he's working with the ones consistently. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't like, we just don't know yet. You know what I mean? So if there's going to be a big slide on Besh, then I want to take advantage of that.
Yeah. And truthfully, like with how barren wide receiver is after 150, I'd like some guys that I can mix up my bets. Like I can only select Jalen McMillan, Pat Bryant, and Jalen Noel like so many times in that range.
I hope I mean, it'd be fun if you fell. Like if you're getting him in that 160 range consistently, I would definitely be psyched about it. Someone said that he's the Myers replacement. I think that probably is what he is right now, but that's not necessarily going to be the case. I think that looks likely, but it's not necessarily. We just don't know yet.
Yep. All right. Trey McBride goes at 3-3. Dale is about to pick here. We've started CeeDee Lamb, Ladd McConkey. We got some nice wide receiver options available to us. By ADP, it's Garrett Wilson, Marvin Harrison, which is also, by rank, Tyreek Hill sneaks in here. Depending on what Dale does, he goes Wilson. Do you have a preference on Hill or Harrison?
I'm good with either. I think both are good here. We could also think about Terry to try to stack with Jayden. But I'm totally fine with any of these guys.
Let's do this. I did the Terry Jayden on the first show, so let's maybe move away. And I was starting to talk about my hesitations with the Cardinals offense, and I know you've been a little bit more of a Harrison bull than maybe the market. So I'll quickly summarize what I was saying, which I'm just like worried that like there's no new variables here. It's like same coaching staff, same thing. Like what should be expected to change here, other than Marvin Harrison just taking a second year leap. But as far as from like a play calling perspective and like having more inventive ways to get him the ball, what has you kind of so hyped on Harrison?
That he was an insanely good prospect is really what it is. He's just a really, really good prospect. He was not bad as a rookie. He was disappointing compared to what we expected him to do, but his efficiency, like pretty good actually, when you look at like historical rookie efficiency. Not great, but strong. I think he was basically what JSN had last year, his yards per route run. So it's like you're getting now a chance for him to take a step forward, for him to refine some stuff. The idea, like there's a little bit of like the book is written on him as like he doesn't really separate, he's not fast enough and all that stuff. I'm pretty out on that kind of analysis. Like he was a rookie. We don't know like his ceiling yet as a player, and the prospect profile indicated that he had a true superstar ceiling. As far as like, will he get moved around the formation and do it? They're not going to do like ultra creative stuff, but they did about as little with him that way as they could last year. So I actually think like there's almost like regression working for us a little bit, where like if they do anything, if they rotate him into the slot at all, like that's a huge improvement. So it's not about like, I think they're going to have this really creative new way to use him. I think he'd mostly just be kind of an outside X receiver, but that's a difficult role in the NFL. They put a lot on his plate. They kind of set the bar pretty high for him in terms of what he had to achieve. They didn't make it easy. In some ways, I think that makes him more prime for a second-year breakout because he had a steep learning curve, but he's an awesome prospect who I think will get there. So not like a slam dunk for me at ADP, but someone I do want to have, at least a little bit overweight on, I'd say.
Yeah. And I mean, we can poke holes in every one of these round 3 wide receivers. That's kind of the whole point. It's like, it's such a flat tier and they all, bring something else to the table. All right. We started Lamb, Ladd, Harrison. Pickens goes at 43, so we won't be setting up a Dallas double stack. By rank, we got Hampton, Hunter, Kittle in the mix here by ADP, Cook, JMO, DK Metcalf. So ranks kind of diverging from ADP here. Do you want to go all Chargers on this team?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Omarion Hampton, he's definitely... I think, with the leg up ranks, you'll end up with a bag of him, right? Because he's kind of sliding now more routinely to the 4-5 turn.
I don't get that. I really don't. I mean, the Chargers are very excited about their offensive line. They're Jim Harbaugh's going on podcast gushing about it. They view that now as a strength, and the run game is going to be a really key piece of what they do. The quotes out of the Chargers camp have been overwhelmingly positive about every single player on the team. Like they even talked up Jalen Reagor. So I think you got to take that stuff with a grain of salt, but they have been very, very positive about Hampton. He's just going to dust Najee. Like maybe not week 1, 2, 3, whatever, but he is going to take that backfield at some point. And it's a pretty high value backfield. And he's a talented player. So I don't know. I don't get why he's falling, other than kind of just rookies falling a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, and I think like on a 3 wide receiver start like this, guys like Hampton, Henderson in the 6th, I love how those work. And Kittle almost comes back to us. Unfortunately, does not. We got Ridley, Chuba, Mixon, Harvey. The sidekick likes us going running back here, but I'm definitely good with Ridley as well.
I probably would go running back here, but if you want to go Ridley, I'm okay with it. And as far as the running backs go, Mixon's got double bring back element. I do probably prefer Chuba at this point.
Let's do Chuba. Yeah, we'll grab Chuba here. I think both Mixon and Hampton pair well with Hampton, in that rookie. I think one thing that's interesting is you sometimes get in these spots with the week 17 bring back where you're like, yes, the Texans certainly play the Chargers in week 17, but then you start to think of the player archetype. Is he the type that is benefiting? The worry is that Mixon is like a fast start guy and is maybe losing more work to Woody Marks at the end of the season, or Chubb or whatever. And it's like that week 17 thesis could fall apart.
Totally. The other thing with Chuba is that he feels fragile because, he's wasn't that highly drafted. The team tried to replace him a couple times. But he's coming off this insanely efficient rushing season. He was last year, Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley both set rush yards over expected totals that were higher than anyone had previously set going back to 2017. Henry edged out Barkley to set the all-time high, but Barkley was second all-time. Hubbard was the only guy worse, or he was the third best last year behind those two guys. Ahead of Jahmyr Gibbs, Josh Jacobs, Jordan Mason actually next, Bijan, Bucky, Jonathan Taylor, James Cook. He was really, really good as a runner. He doesn't add much as a receiver, but it's half PPR. There's and ETN doesn't seem to be impressing right now, so I do think it's probably him and Dowdle. He's like one of those, not the classic better in best ball pick, but I think kind of a better in best ball pick in that you're going to use his points. He's going to be a little bit touchdown dependent for the spike week stuff, but he's an efficient runner. I think he'll have a moat on Dowdle as the early down guy, just given how good he was last year.
Sacrilegious chimes in, the Mixon archetype and how it impacts his week 17 value with regards to the correlation is factored in due to the sim, for what it's worth. So, and then that's interesting too, that, Chuba was still listed ahead of him despite them being close. So kind of maybe showing that is why he didn't jump Chuba there. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Okay. We are about to pick here. Addison goes. James Conner, if we want to do the double like running back wide receiver teammate thing. Jeudy, but sidekick likes us going Conner here.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
This is one of the things. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say I haven't gotten much Conner yet, so I like getting him here.
This is one of the things we do see with the Sims. It's like before these early down or maybe early season kind of workhorse running backs go off. It's like, hey, why don't we take these guys? Because like, is Jerry Jeudy that different than Josh Downs or even Michael Pittman or some of these guys that we could get in the 8th? Whereas the running backs that you're looking at in a couple rounds are going to be pretty different. There's some upside for sure, but this gives you, at not much cost, right? Like at a price where you would have considered a zero running back target, a few years ago, we're getting a dude who should really help us in the early part of the season and could, like last year, could just kind of chug along.
Yep. So we start here with 3 running backs and 3 wide receivers. Hampton, Chuba, James Conner at running back, and CeeDee Lamb, Ladd, and Marvin Harrison there at wide receiver. Wide receivers definitely flying off the board here. Jaden Reed goes. We saw a string of Pearsall and Golden as well. This is kind of an interesting spot as far as thinking through the value pockets here. Judkins, Swift, Laporta at the top of ADP, and then the same for by rank.
Judkins feels like kind of awesome to me.
Yeah, running back.
We could do Downs if we want to like stay on track at receiver. If you know these rooms better than me, but that's an awesome value on Judkins.
I'm fine to put baby in a corner and see if we can back out of it here. Get Judkins, 4 picks past ADP. I think there's still a wide receiver in this range. Downs is not going to come back, so we might be having to be a little patient and build out a room. But I don't mind experimenting and see how it goes.
Yeah, there's like, this is when you're like, I guess maybe Cooper Kupp isn't such a bad pick. Because this is a little bit more of the, but we've seen this in FFPC, the boomer kind of like, they just grab the targets. So there's like that element gets mixed in a bit more if you're following the Sims, but we started 3 straight receivers. So it's hard to, although we don't have like 4 through 7 and we won't have 5 through 9 and, those benchmarks won't be hit. Are we really like behind at receiver? In some levels, I feel like we are, because I like taking a lot of receivers, and the receiver's not going to be like the strength of the team compared to how I usually build. But like, I don't know, Judkins there is really strong. He's got late season upside. He should produce right away. I think the Browns are really going to lean on the run this year. What else are they going to do?
And I think the way I start to think about this situation is like, all right, we're probably not going to like the wide receivers available over the next, 4 or so rounds. But guess what? We also have 3 quarterbacks who line up in the same range: Kyler, Dak, and Herbert. We don't have a tight end yet. We know this is also going to be a sweet spot for tight end. So obviously we're still open to a wide receiver value, but these are the spots where I'm like, let's not panic. We don't have to pull someone up 20 picks ahead at ADP, because we have other picks that we need to make that line up with the value pockets.
Yep. Pittman goes. He's a solid pick for this team. See, okay, so you're seeing sidekicks throwing out Mooney. Anytime you're seeing Darnell Mooney, I'm like, I wish I just took a receiver earlier.
Yeah, but again, like, it's one of those things where we talk about it a lot. You do the same type of draft over and over again, like it is. Otherwise, you're gonna have like 0 Mooney.
Right.
But I also don't mind. Ibuka's up here, but it is the sidekick is liking Mooney here. How do you want to play that?
Mooney is kind of more, with the wide receiver 4, it probably makes more sense. Because Ibuka is like such a boom bust type of pick early in the year.
Yeah.
I don't take a ton of Mooney. His ADP, so he's fallen, like 5 picks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll grab it.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense to me why, even though you have the Ibuka higher, right? Because it's saying, one, you need a wide receiver. You're behind. You're getting an ADP value, and you're also getting someone we expect to produce right out of the gate.
Yep.
And so I think you could certainly build through Ibuka there, but it makes sense to me why the sim would push you in that direction.
Manly Moose says we just hate Mooney because he was stuck with Justin Fields for so many years. That is an interesting point. I wonder if we would, he can only feed one guy, which hopefully he will do this year with Wilson. But yeah, maybe there's some sneaky upside with Mooney. I don't know. I think it's more just like you need a wide receiver 4 who's going to have some solid weeks throughout the whole season, and he fits that bill.
I think the sneaky upside with Mooney doesn't have much to do with Mooney, and is just like Michael Penix is really good and takes a bigger leap than we expect, basically.
Yeah.
That division is facilitates a lot of shootouts, and Penix is just slinging it, and okay, so Kyler goes there. I was kind of hoping he would come back. We are back on the clock, so this would be like the spot if we want to swing over to tight end here. I'll just mention I got Jonnu at like pick 130 in my first draft.
You want to push it?
I would probably go Kelsey if we want to go that, or we could grab a Trey Harris, Keon Coleman type,
or Burden. I'm down for whatever. If you want to do Kelsey, I'm cool with that.
Well, we have Herbert.
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't think Harris. Yeah, my bad. Okay,
so we're gonna bully the sim there, grab Trey Harris, and I think that's kind of a nice way to play it, right? You pass on Ibuka, and you get kind of the Ibuka light pick in Harris while still sneaking in Mooney there.
Yeah, and Herbert was already one of the best picks for the team. Now he becomes clear cut, but by ADP, we should be able to get him back.
Yeah, I would think so. And yeah, Kyler would have been a run to the podium there, I think, at 101 with
Agreed.
Harrison, but he goes to the McBride drafter, which is always going to be kind of a stacking dynamic. Like if you pass on him in the 8th, it's very unlikely that the McBride drafter is going to let him go by in the 9th.
Yep.
So here's the team so far. 4 running backs, 5 wide receivers. I've built lots of teams like this lately where I don't have a tight end or quarterback until round 10 or later, and I do not mind how they turn out at all. Hampton, Chuba, Connor, and Judkins, 2 rookies there, and 2 vets, and then 5 wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, Ladd McConkey, Marvin Harrison, Darnell Mooney, Trey Harris. So a little sweaty there for a sec, but then getting Mooney past ADP and Trey Harris, slightly ahead of ADP didn't feel too gross.
I said we weren't going to hit benchmarks. We did get 5 through 9. So we got there. So yeah, I mean, I don't, maybe, people watching this stream would disagree. The wide receiver slappy's out in force, but I don't think we're weak at receiver, even though we sat out the middle rounds.
Yeah. I mean, you have to win, some of these 2v2s, right? Like you need Darnell Mooney to perform on par with like a Jacoby Myers type or a Khalil Shakur type, which isn't that insane. You need Trey Harris to be in line with some of the other more expensive, rookie breakouts like a Golden or a Higgins, obviously. So it's like you just have to win some of those slight 2v2s that aren't actually that crazy when compared together.
Agreed.
So let's see here. We take Trey Harris. Burden comes off right after him. We start to see the tight ends go. Kelsey goes 103. Andrews goes 112. Jonnu goes 113 in this one. So Herbert and Dak, obviously major priorities here. Herbert has the lower ADP than Dak, but also has the double stack. How do you think through trying to get potentially both of these guys? The Pickens drafters just took Dak. So
just took Dak. I was going to say we should take Dak and try to push Herbert because I think it would have been reasonably likely, and we probably like a quarterback move here would be awesome. Obviously, we can't do that. So Herbert, I think, kind of a no-brainer.
I would say 70% chance Herbert would come back to us, in which of why the Dak thing would have made sense. But once you lose Dak, it's probably just too fancy in case someone does this, where it's like, even if we take Drake May and then someone just like, fine, I'll double tap and take Herbert there, then you're kind of feeling gross about it.
Yep.
So others, we are now out of obvious stacking. No, Penix. Penix is still in play for us as another one. But other than that, those got wiped out, and we now have a 1-4-5-0 here.
And May's off the board. I'll just mention that.
I was waiting for you to say take May and see if you could push Herbert.
That would be so sick. Like even I haven't lost it that bad. we have the starting running back at the end of the year and a double stack with the receivers. Herbert's over May.
So I think the decision here is, do we take Penix? As Manly Moose points out, there is the London drafter behind us who just has Mahomes. The sidekick definitely likes some of the running backs here. This is a tough spot for how you approach the quarterback stuff.
One thing I'll note with the Sims is they're just a lot more comfortable with unstacked quarterback than we tend to be. So it's like what the recommendation here is kind of leaning towards is like, this team needs the running back upside. So do that. And if you got a backfill quarterback with something that's like, taking care of quarterback points, but isn't as sexy as the stacked up version. Well, you do have Justin Herbert double stacked, that's going to give you a lot of upside in week 17. And then we also might bink like a Penix coming back. So it's not like a big, it's not like you're foregoing the correlation, for sure.
Yeah, so we do take Tootin there. I assume you were good with that. That was top of the range.
Yeah, that's who I wanted. Yeah.
Yeah. So we grab Tootin. There's a couple other nice benefits of that. It leaves another back out. If Lawrence squeaks through, probably unlikely. But crazy things happen. In my first draft, Pat, I did a Jayden Daniels team and a Jordan Love, and I had Nico. and I also had Jayden Reed. And so I was deciding which one of those to take. CJ Stroud falls back to me at 154. And so I pulled the triple QB there with the stacks on all three. Even though I had the Jaden Daniels love, I'm good, but I'm like, I'm taking CJ Stroud. And the way I was talking about it was like, I know I'm gonna have a luxury pick at the end of the draft. I'm just gonna move that luxury pick up to this round. And I'll have to catch up at some of the other positions with my 18th round pick, but like I'm just not passing on that.
No, I like that.
Here is the squad so far. Herbert at quarterback, and then a 5x5 at running back, wide receiver, Hampton, Chuba, James Conner, Judkins, Tootin, and then Lamb, Ladd, Harrison, Mooney, Harris. The only thing that I don't love ideally about a build like this with the Tootin pick is now, because we're catching up at other positions, obviously no tight ends, obviously need a second quarterback at minimum, if not 3, and need more wide receivers. It kind of boxes you out of another good running back selection outside of maybe like a 17th or 18th round dart. So that's the only thing with as far as flexibility. But I don't mind it if it shakes out well.
That's true. I think Tootin has a ton of upside though.
Oh,
like he could just take that backfield. Like he could just be their guy by the end of the year. So someone's asking if we've heard much from camp. Like, not a ton. I mean, he did fumble the first snap, as everyone knows, but it's camp means mini camp right now. When camp means training camp, I'll care a lot more about if we're not hearing anything.
So our patience is rewarded. Penix does come back, but Lawrence is also here. So you could go Lawrence with Tootin, you could go Penix with Mooney. Penix
Lawrence also gives you the strange backdoor stack.
Agreed.
Yeah, and Penix more likely to come around. So I really like Lawrence.
Me too.
Bime4 and I ranked the most fun stacks, and we both had Jacksonville number 1.
Really, number 1 overall. Nice.
Yeah, because it's not the stack we believe in the most. Like this team will score the most points. It's the most fun to draft. Jacksonville gives you just a ton of ways you can put it together. Put it together with the premium, Brian Thomas, Travis Hunter. You put it together with, you grab on the running backs, and then you tack on Lawrence and try to backdoor stack it. You can just do the backdoor stack. Lawrence can be your first pick, and then you can go Brown and Strange. You could also do Bigsby. So it's just like there's a ton of ways to get to it, and then I think there's a lot of upside with it.
Yes. Yeah, I removed it from my favorite backdoor stacks list. I actually updated it for Fantasy Life. I had it pre-draft just because like the Hunter pick did suck out some of the late pick stuff. But I still think when you start with one of the running backs and then do Lawrence, Strange, and Diami, I think it's a little more specific how it works. But I think if it lines up like that, it's awesome.
For sure.
Let's see here. So the one funny dynamic here is, of course, like we need tight ends, but looking at likely and stuff here, I think we just go Penix and then really hammer tight end. Yeah. So we get that 3 quarterback build all in this kind of nice window. And because we were patient, we get them all mostly at value. Herbert was the only slight reach, but now we have Herbert with Omarion Hampton, Ladd, and Trey Harris. We have Lawrence with Tootin, and we have Penix with Darnell Mooney. And now pretty much all set at both quarterback and running back.
Yep.
Have you done, I feel like this is I brought this up on a few shows, but have you ever done or entertained the 4 tight end build?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I've done it.
Yeah.
I've done it a few times. It's not the most fun thing, but when the 4th tight end is Harold Fannin, it does get a little bit more fun, which is normally how I do it. But yeah, I mean, I think you're hunting for spike weeks at the end, and sometimes the tight end is higher floor to actually play, right? So like the running back, I'm like, I don't know, like is Taj Brooks actually the number 2? Is he kind of like the number 3 behind P. Ryan? Like what are the chances? And then it's contingent. So like he's, pretty big zero risk, although I'm kind of intrigued. But you get to the tight end, if you're weak at tight end, a dude like Theo Johnson or Jatavion Sanders or whatever, like they're going to play.
Yeah.
They're going to be out there. So, yeah, I mean, it's not like my favorite thing to do, but I have done it, and I probably will keep mixing it in.
And the only thing against it too is like sometimes even in that if you're saving an 18th round pick for the tight end, sometimes the tight ends are completely wiped out and you're taking on like pretty big, like zero risk back there as well. So it definitely has to line up well, whether via correlation or the value, or you just have a player target. So it's not something I would ever force, but like on this team, you know, if we take a wide receiver with one of the next 2 picks and you get up to 6 wide receivers, it could be a team where it lines up that the best 4 picks down the stretch are tight ends.
It could be. Yeah, and I think in some ways it would be nice if Underdog just gave us like a quick display on this. Like what was my structure through like 14 rounds or through 15 rounds instead of you know, the final thing. It's like, does it matter? Like when you get to the end and you're like, should I take a 8th wide receiver or 7th running back? Does that matter that much structurally? You know, it's more about like which guy gives you the better upside for that team. It's not really like the structure has already been set in a lot of ways.
So this is the funny spot we're in here. So it looks like, so Pitt slides to us. He's the ADP value and stacked. And the sidekick still prefers Kyle Pitts. We also have Brenton Strange as the ADP guy at the top.
Let's do Strange by stacked. ADP. Yeah,
I think so too. Yeah, so that's a good spot to use. It's like you had you know, choose your fighter, your 2 stacked tight ends, also the one that the sidekick likes the best, which makes sense too for like if you're starting a room. It's almost like the 0 RB but for 0 tight end, where it's like I got to get some production here, so I'm not just taking zeros at the start of the season. Yeah, and Hunter Henry fits that bill
for sure. Yeah, so it's more the Sims are more like, hey man, you need a tight end, and this is a good tight end, take him. Yeah. But with the ADP tiebreaker there, we know we need to take a couple tight ends. It's not like this is tight end and we're moving on. We're going to come back and take another one if one of these guys falls. So gives us the best chance at both.
Yep. So here, let me do a quick recap on this team so far. We got the Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Penix, Omarion Hampton, Chuba, James Conner, Quinshon Judkins, and Bashal Tootin at running back, 3 rookies in the vets there. CeeDee Lamb, Ladd, Harrison, Mooney, Harris, still our 5 there, but all through pick 101. And then Brenton Strange, our lone tight end. A nice break for us here because the 3 teams in front of us all have kind of like 2 tight ends paired with an early one, a Kittle team, a McBride team, and then someone who went Ingram and Ferguson. The team who only had 1 tight end crutches here just rolls with Kincaid, which means we should, I think, be able to get Hunter Henry here. Yep.
Beautiful.
Which I think works out really well for our purposes, considering we were thinking about taking him in the first place. So now we get the stack, avoid Kyle Pitts, and get Hunter Henry. Truly a win-win-win.
Yep. Zeus pointing, he goes, I don't think you're dependent on Mooney and Harris. You're as dependent on those guys as you think early on. Running back can hit your flex early season. Running back better hit our flex early season.
Yes.
This team is sort of dependent on that happening, but I think it will happen too. But yeah, I mean, go ahead.
No. I was saying too, like going back to the 2 tight end conversation, or 4 tight end conversation. I think getting Strange and Henry probably pushes us more to the 3 tight end build. Whereas if we got boxed out on Henry, and then you're, looking at like this crew, it's probably starting to be like, man, I might need the extra bullets.
No, I agree. Yeah, and that's one thing with the sim stuff. It's like I know that if I build wide receiver heavy through the middle rounds, I'm likely to build a good team, but it's not the only way to go. And this team's really good. I think this is a good example of, we went run back heavy through the old dead zone area, but we got Omarion Hampton and Quinshon Judkins. So it's not like we came away with just a bunch of dusty old vets. We got the 3rd most efficient runner in the league last year. Like there's some pretty good talent-based bets that we made at running back.
For sure. Here's a comment I don't understand it all. I feel like Lawrence and Strange is way too common, and I have no conviction in Strange as a pick on its own, so I'm happy to fade. I don't mind the last part if you don't like Strange, but every quarterback paired with their tight end is going to be quote unquote common. Like McBride is going to be common with Kyler Murray. Like Andrews is going to be popular with Lamar Jackson. Like the field is largely stacking. People like correlating their tight end with their quarterback, myself included. So that's just going to be a dynamic that's across the field. I don't think that's a reason to avoid stacking tight ends with quarterbacks.
I agree. I mean, the chalk is going to be condensed in week 17, but it's largely driven by who are the big time advance rate players. And then in some ways more so, like obviously you need to have a decent advance rate to become chalk in week 17, but like what did you do in week 15 and 16? So you could have a ton, like Lawrence could be drafted with Strange in every single draft, and it could still end up being like not that chalky in the final because they don't do anything in weeks 15 and 16. But then if they go off in week 17, all of a sudden they're a huge kind of must-have piece, low-owned piece that you get. So it's just trying to predict what the chalk will be. I don't know. It feels like kind of a fool's errand in this format, you know? It'd be a little bit different if it was like regular season total points or even like the 3-week sprint stuff. I think it's a little different. The single-week eliminations are so brutal.
The other thing I about that comment too is if you're reaching for it, I think those concerns start to compound. If you're taking it at value or at ADP, it's way less of a concern for me. One wide receiver would make a ton of sense for this team, I think, is Jahmyr Brown. Stacked and like a thinner kind of room here.
Seems like Fannin, which, you know, God love him, but we can push that. That's not something we need to do now.
Yeah, I think Jahmyr, you know, the chat had mentioned Ray McLeod with Penix. I think Jahmyr is just like a slightly better but similar type of bet than that. So I like getting the double there that we kind of talked about.
It looks like Fannin maybe just we got some Fannin pilled sims on that one too.
Okay. I was gonna say like even for that I was like, did Sean Siegel intercept the sim there and boost Fannin up?
Yeah. Well, we have him having a lot of upside. So there's sims where, you know, it's like, oh my God, it happened. You know.
So two more picks here. I think most likely one of them should definitely be a tight end, and then we can kind of discuss here how we would handle this. I have not selected any Chargers tight ends. The Sims do like Disley. I'm open to it. I'm a little worried about like the Conklin Disley distribution.
I am too, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna check that one. I would say we do Coker, and we're gonna get a tight end at the last pick. It's gonna be a guy we like.
Yep, I like Coker as well. I guess the only thing would you entertain like a McLeod on this as well, just getting with the stack
I'd be more
stuff?
into Thornton if we were gonna go. Yeah,
let's do, because we have Chuba and we already have some of the built-in correlation. I have no problem going Coker there, and it also leaves us open to potentially take Sanders and get like a bet on the Panthers without Bryce Young.
Yep. Okay, I like it.
That's
a good point. Sanders becomes even more appealing.
I don't know about for you, but I do feel like my player pool of these wide receivers late is like really small right now. And it's funny because Jahmyr and Jalen Coker are two of the ones I click the most. I've been doing a little bit more Keenan as well. I like this price for him at 196, but man, it's just not a lot of fun options back here.
Yeah, no, there's not. Thornton is like kind of exciting for that reason. It's like, hey, he's playing with the ones. Like, what if he's the starter? So that's cool. But yeah, there's not going to be for a few more weeks, for like a month. We're not going to have like we got to settle in, man. We're not going to get a ton of news on this stuff. Fortunately, some of the ones that do look appealing, like AD Mitchell, Jahmyr Brown, like they do seem to have had pretty strong mini camps, so that's nice at least. I haven't taken much Keenan. Keenan scares me with the fall off. You know, he said he wanted to play in Chicago and LA, which means I don't want to move or I want to go live in Los Angeles. That's
so I had been thinking about that exact same way, and then the J.K. Dobbins thing had really made me rethink this of like, I think I played that wrong, not understanding that the second he signs with a team, almost regardless of where he goes, he's going to get more expensive. The extent to which he gets more expensive is certainly debatable and context driven by whatever team it is. But I'm like, even if he goes to like a bad spot, like he's going to jump from like the 170s to the 150s pretty quickly. And I'm like, I just feel like that's the lesson I kind of wanted to learn from the Dobbins thing, is that the price is more due to uncertainty of the team and less about like how he's going to be valued once he's on a team.
Yeah. And Dobbins hit the nuts. I mean, that's kind of the perfect landing spot, but I like Sanders here the most.
I was going to say that as well. Sanders, Fannin does pair with Judkins, but I think based on, he's also the one guy that you guys even have ranked of these other tight ends.
Right.
Let's grab him.
Yeah, someone was asking what happened with Fannin, where he kind of flipped around. Fannin's range is wider than some of these other guys. So there's the way this works, right? That we have tens of thousands of sims. You're not seeing the same sims every time, and everyone's not seeing the exact same sims, so that we can not just give everyone the same teams.
Yes.
Right. So a guy like Fannin, there's a little bit more variance in terms of what his outcomes look like.
For sure. And I guess that's always the tricky thing of, when you do 3 tight ends, I think it's kind of, it's easier to be like, have my cake and eat too. Like, I'm going to get a correlated piece. I'm going to get a guy I think has a solid floor like Hunter Henry. I'm going to take an upside swing in Jatavian Sanders. You can kind of like mix the texture. It is interesting to think like, you can make the case, Harold Fannin with an elite tight end and just saying, hey, Bowers is going to carry this team. Let me take an even bigger swing with my 2. But you can also make that case in a 3 tight end build and being like, hey, let me hit on this year's breakout tight end. And then I'm getting my elite tight end upside via the breakout selection.
Agreed. And that's why I have mixed them in with 4 tight ends. Cause you're like, what if Fannin is a big slot receiver who has tight end eligibility and is actually able to earn targets, but it takes almost the whole season for him to do it, and it's like really just kind of an awesome, like incredibly powerful playoff hammer, but one that he's just nothing for like the vast majority of the season. That seems pretty likely to me. So yeah, it kind of, that does pair well with the Bowers or McBride, where it's this weekly target earning consistency where they're just kind of steadily hitting your lineup, even if it's nothing special. Like you get the 8-point week from McBride, and you're like, that's cool, great. That's better than most of the tight ends this week, But then they're also obviously hitting for big weeks, and then Fannin comes on down the stretch. But yeah, as a tight end 3 or 4, that dynamic also works pretty well.
All right. Let's recap this team now. I'm really glad that we went down that direction, because it was the big fork in the road of this team, right? When we took Judkins versus kind of taking the wide receiver and then seeing how it turned out. And I'm glad we went that route. We go Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Michael Penix, 3 quarterbacks, 5 running backs. We were done after Tootin at 125, Omarion Hampton, Chuba, James Conner, Judkins, and Tootin. Got up to 7 wide receivers: CeeDee Lamb, Ladd, Marvin Harrison, Darnell Mooney, Trey Harris, De'Ami Brown, and Jalen Coker. And then the 3 tight ends: Brenton Strange, Hunter Henry, Jatavian Sanders. We get the Jags stack, kind of called the shot on that: Tootin, Lawrence, Strange, and De'Ami Brown. We have Herbert with Hampton, Ladd, and Trey Harris. And then we have Michael Penix with Darnell Mooney. And then we also have kind of a smaller Carolina stack as well, without the quarterback: Chuba, Jalen Coker, and Jatavian Sanders. How do you like this team?
I love this team. This team is awesome. It's all stacked up with the Chargers, with the Jaguars. I don't do the Atlanta stack as much, but I've been feeling like a little bit underweight on it. And so now it's more fun to play through London, but I do like that we got the Penix stack there too. It would have been fun if Pitts had fallen back and we had him instead of Henry, but Henry, obviously, I think it's just probably a better pick. So I feel good about it.
Yeah. I know that was a funny dynamic there, which is kind of a good way to play the Kyle Pitts thing. It's like, if you're going to give it to us, we'll finally capitulate and take it. I'm trying to pull up Zach's comment. I meant to pull it up when we were debating.
Oh, that was a good one. Yeah.
Let's see if I could.
Are you guys even allowed to click him, or do you have to just put him in the queue and let him time out?
Yes, I can't even find it here. But yes, clicking Kyle Pitts never feels good. But yeah, I think the way I've noticed when I build teams like this, it really does come down to, and I think this was a good room to do it because it was pretty badge heavy and people were kind of staying in their lanes, building smart constructions. We were kind of worried, like, hey, if Penix doesn't come back, Lawrence doesn't come back, you start to have to get a little more, improvisational with building out your back stacks, which isn't bad. It's just not ideal. And so when you get the correlated quarterback options at ADP or as a value, it like unlocks the whole build in a really clean way.
Yep. So yeah. No, we took a little bit of a risk, right? We took a risk that Penix would go. The chat said we wouldn't get Penix. The chat told us Penix isn't coming back. We not only do we push Penix, we set up another backdoor stack with Tootin, take Lawrence, still get Penix. So I like taking the risk of the correlation because I have teams which it's not as sexy, but ultimately I'm like, this is pretty good. I have teams that let's say are like this Herbert type of stack, double stacked with the running back, and then I'll have like a Jackson Dart or Daniel Jones tacked on with a couple of their pieces, and then my third quarterback is unstacked Tua. Which is not fun at all, but you're kind of like, all right, Tua's like gonna probably outscore this ADP as long as he stays healthy, or that could be unstacked Geno or whatever it is. And that wasn't like my first choice, but it is a viable way, I think, to you don't have to just like not take quarterback points because you don't have any stacks and then totally punt it with like, like a Dart and Daniel Jones double backdoor or something. I like how we did this. I like that we took the risk knowing that an unstacked quarterback within one of the three, given that we did have this big Herbert stack, and that's really our primary bet for week 17 anyway, that we would be okay. And we won. We got 2 more stacks out of it.
And I think it's a fun use case for the sidekick. Obviously, there's a lot of very sharp things going into it, but it's also it's easy. Like if you're just ripping teams on your phone, and I'm as guilty of this as anyone, especially when I'm doing cardio club drafts and just like making the like autopilot pick. Like, yeah, I know I normally go wide receiver here. Let me dial this up. To be able to get pushed outside of your comfort zone in also a smart way, push to a build that a large, sim has said is actually maybe undervalued or underutilized is a really cool thing, because like I felt uncomfortable with the Judkins pick, and you're always worrying, can I get myself out of this? But I think more so than in previous years, I do feel like it's viable, both because the math is telling us and also because of the ADP landscape, to dig out of those holes in a more viable way than previously.
Yep. But I'd like to set the record straight here. There's a lot of is Pat Pro 420? His eyes damn sure look like it. LOL. Then there's another comment that I definitely rip the Chiba. I'd like to set the record straight that may be, but the reason I look like this is because my daughter refuses to sleep through the night. I have a 1-year-old who was up for hours last night for like the 3rd consecutive night. I woke up this morning and I had that moment, that like kind of half, you're like groggy, you're kind of just like, you're coming out of sleep and you're just like, oh, and you wake up a little bit, you're like gonna roll over and go back to sleep. And it's like that feeling of I'm about to fall back asleep is so good. In that moment, she grabbed my hair and was like, ah. And I was like, ah. What is this baby doing in my... Yeah.
I
So
should just say,
that's-
Pat, you should feel blessed that how you project or scan when you are overly tired and up all night with a newborn. It's just like, dude, he's just a chill bro, like smoking weed. Like, I feel like most people, it's like, dude, you look like shit. You look disheveled. You look like you haven't slept under a roof in a week. And for you, it's just like, oh man, Pat must have ripped a big bong before the show.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Pat is giving Jim Brewer and Half Baked vibes, which is a particular type of stoner. And then Pat could be blinded by dental floss.
I also like, people were talking about you in the light. I'm kind of picturing that you have like a Jerry's World dynamic going on where you're catching some light coming into the stadium, so to speak. And that's like preventing you from seeing every draft pick.
Hey, man. Yeah, this team is sick. Am I seeing this right? We get stacked, Lawrence. Oh, so sick.
Oh man. Yes. And I love too, because you're just like, yes, the whole thing that's so funny about those two worlds is like, it couldn't be like more like diametrically opposed of like when you get to smoke weed, when you have like no responsibilities or nothing to do versus having to take care for someone else's life and having to be like completely alert to do so. It's like those two things couldn't be more different.
And that you look the same.
Yes. Oh man.
Yeah,
well,
we'll get through it.
Let's Pat, let the people know here what you guys got going on over at Leg Up as you push through the sleepless nights.
Yeah, so one of the things that we're working on, what the Sims allow us to do is take on some of these alternate formats. Just started doing some testing on that. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to get that finished pretty soon here, and then that allows to fully launch the new Sims-driven sidekick in the production version. And yeah, it's exciting. We're looking at being able to support Eliminator, Superflex, all that good stuff. So that's the next kind of exciting development that we have here. You can check all this out at legendaryupside.com/sidekick. The beta version is live now. If you want to jump in the Discord, get access to the beta. And yeah, lots more news on that coming soon. And then I'm working on an article on a couple years ago. I did created a metric called play action participation rate paper for tight ends. Just like gives you a lens into the guys that are basically good enough run blockers that they actually play on play action. And the reason that matters is that tight ends get a lot more of their production on play action than receivers. That's everything. Targets, receptions, yards, and touchdowns. And so being able to be like sufficiently good in the run game so that you don't get removed for the fake run game is a pretty big deal. And I'm going through the whole tight end player pool, looking at the play action participation rates of everybody, and kind of giving my thoughts more generally on the tight end values as part of that article. Matt Irby will have an article out this week as well, and then Michael Dudner has an article that we'll have on the site this week in addition. So lots of good content rolling out this week.
Yes. In addition to all of that, I mentioned at the top of the show, you have to go watch our Ship Chasing All Coaches draft last week. That was Pat's, weed perma-fried brains idea there, who cooked up that fever.
Rusty says I've been tooting the chuba.
Ooh, that's pretty good. The chat is dropping bangers. Michael said Pat rips the Duja, but his BBM teams are not stuck in the weeds.
Oh, nice. All right.
There you go.
Thanks, man.
Dude, hella far out.
It's so
yes, check out that all NFL coaches draft, which it basically ended up being Pat coming up with this, and then me and Davis being somewhat skeptical, but then being the ones who were just arguing with each other the entire draft.
There's comments. There's a moment where you guys just really get into it, and I'm in the middle of like the way the windows are, and I am just having the time of my life as you and Davis just rip into each other's decisions. And it's got, like, people have timestamped it. Like, look at the joy that Pat is experiencing.
I think I believe Zach is working on a highlight clip of that episode. Yes. So, but check it out. And then also, obviously, ADP chasing tomorrow with the crew: Pat, Davis, Jacob, and Mike Shope. Then we'll be back for ship chasing on Thursday. And then the other thing, if you guys are YouTube members over on the ship chasing channel, we've started our mini-sode. So we're through 6 rounds of our first high stakes draft. The first 2 mini-sodes are out. We recorded the 3rd one this morning. That'll trickle out in the next day or 2. So you guys can get access to that as we kind of think through decisions in a season-long managed high stake format. All right, without further ado, I'm going to let Pat go, and we're going to bring Mr. Mike Leone on.
Paul Pezlesny.
You're a psychopath.
Travis Kelce, alpha play. Jahmyr, alpha play chase.
Give me rookies or give me death.
All right, Mike Leone, did you get a fresh haircut?
I did.
Nice. I did too this weekend as well. Look at us just getting all freshened up for best ball breakfast here.
Yeah, it's too hot out there to get this hair having long.
Are you running? I went for a run this morning. I had to beat the heat. How do you handle the dynamic of doing like ultra long runs, but also in the middle of a New England summer?
I'm not running too long right now, so it's not too bad. But I've been reading up on like doing some runs in the heat though, like being good for you. So I've been trying to. Sometimes I'll get up early and beat the heat, but I did one the other day, like in the middle of the day, just trying to like slog through it.
Yeah, you have to be in the right mindset and also be like prepared for it, right? With all your gels and electrolytes and all of that.
Yeah, you need some water on those runs. You can't just go out there without anything to drink.
All right, let's talk a little best ball here. As I was saying to Pat, this is kind of a slow news period. Can't really think of anything too big that's happened since we last drafted, but anything on the back end with the projections team or things you guys have been dialing in?
Man, there's not too much. I think we moved Rashee Rice up, just news there, vibes there continue to be pretty good. I think last week on this show, I'd mentioned we might move Breece Hall up, and we did do that some. Was chatting with Thorman this morning on like our Amon-Ra position versus Malik Neighbors. So just double checking that stuff. We're pretty high on Amon-Ra. I think there's a narrative that Detroit will have this regression in terms of game script but people are just remembering like the nutty games against Buffalo and some of the other nutty games. But in terms of point differential, they won an average of like 12 points per game. So I actually think that they're probably going to end up having to throw a little bit more this year. And that's, baked into our rankings. I think that's part of the reason we're higher on Amon-Ra than the market.
Yep. That makes sense. And you said baked into our rankings after having a long conversation about everyone accusing Pat of being stoned and having that look, but he's really just sleep deprived with a toddler. And I was just paid $2 to ask you if you smoke the Jazz cabbage.
I do not smoke the Jazz cabbage. Thanks for asking that.
Are you going to expand it all or just leave it at that?
I'll just leave it at that.
It's so fun. I was at a birthday party, a toddler birthday party yesterday, and like the house that we went to was like by a dispensary, and like the dad was talking to me, and he was talking about like this conservation land over there, and he's like, yeah, and it goes up to the dispensary. He's like, are you familiar with it? I was like, asked me like the location.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I've been at that dispensary. He's like, yeah, me too. It's just like, it's still somehow like talking about it in hushed tones, as
right.
Like a legal weed dispensary is something we have to tiptoe around. All right, let's get into the draft here. We got the 1-6. I got the solver draft assistant up here. We see Ja'Marr Chase, Jefferson, Lamb go. Looks like we got a bit of a friends and family draft here. Bijan, Gibbs, Puka looks like going to be our choices depending on what Lego My Nego does. Any favorites here?
We just moved Gibbs up, and it's like so tight in this area of the draft that we increased him like 0.5% target share, and he moved up a few spots.
Really? That's crazy.
I feel like friends and family, I don't know, I might go receiver here, but
let's do Gibbs, man.
Okay, let's do Gibbs. All right, we'll do Gibbs.
I've been trying to get a little more Gibbs lately. Pat and I just did a build too where we really were behind at wide receiver and we battled out, and I like the team. I feel like I just want to get these running back targets we really like, and Gibbs at 1-6 just feels so right to me.
I do feel like, knock on wood, each room's different. it's been a little bit easier to battle back at receiver this year.
Yes, for sure. That's kind of what I was saying to Pat there too. And, there's the pockets, in the middle of round 2 where we're going to pick is generally a pretty good wide receiver spot. Round 3, middle round 3 is a generally pretty good wide receiver spot. So that's another kind of thing to think through too, when you're making those decisions of kind of like where the ADP is going to line up with your specific, draft selection spot.
Yeah. We even did one, I don't know, probably a month ago now. I remember where we had to battle back and we ended up not even really having to make any ADP reaches to battle back, which last year there would be times where you'd have to reach around relative to ADP for like 4 straight rounds. And that, up. And then that's when you're like, oh, well, you can survive a reach here and there.
I think though, like I wanted to circle back where you're mentioning just like very smallly in a small way tweaking a projection and what a big ramification that can have on overall ranks. And I assume that speaks to how tightly jumbled up the projections and values are for a lot of these round 1 guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like every other day someone's like, why do you have so-and-so ranked low in round 1? And I'm like, you can take that guy if you want. Like this, I feel like round 1 is pretty deep and pretty flat after. I think there's like a clear top 5, but from like Gibbs through like, I don't know, even all the way to Bowers. I mean, Gibbs is definitely better than those guys, but it's just the deep round 1 to the middle of the 2nd round, in my opinion. Like if I was in redraft, I could pick where I picked. I think I'd actually pick the end of round 1 this year. I think you get almost like 2 round 1 players.
And Lad does come back to us here. Let's see. ADP, Achan, and Lad. You like Lad here? Or do you like
I think
Achan?
Lad. Let's go Lad in this. These are 2 players that I want to get more of, both of these players, Lad and Achan. Achan is a guy that I like a little bit more than our rankings have him. I'd probably personally flip him ahead of Bucky. Our rankings have Bucky ahead of Achan, but I like Achan better.
I'm going to make sure I get the ETR rankings.
I think
in
you have
here
them updated.
Well, I have the I have them updated via like the draft assistant, but I still have the leg up ones in there. So I just think being able to see the number next to it to toggle back and forth is kind of nice sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that makes sense.
But the
we haven't. I mean, we haven't had this spot in the draft yet so far for our streams.
Correct. Yeah.
We've been so much back into the 1st round, which I just said I liked, but it's kind of annoying to constantly get it.
The other thing I was going to say about Gibbs that is fun is some of the players in round 1 I don't have contingent upside, right? Like Malik Neighbors, like we are drafting him because we are already projecting just an enormous target share. It's like there's no one we're saying if Wan'Dale Robinson goes down, then he's going to have a 40% target share. So, whereas like Jahmyr Gibbs is probably the ultimate round 1 contingent upside player where it's like he can pay off his ADP with David Montgomery staying healthy, but he could also just be the stone cold 101 in the event of an injury.
Yeah, and when we checked him today and slightly bumped him up, I was kind of shocked to see how, this is like the most basic analysis ever, but just his points per game last year in fantasy was higher than like I kind of remembered it being, especially considering what DeMont missed 3 games, I think, and we got those huge performances, but it's not like he missed a ton of time. And Gibbs actually was slightly ahead of Henry in half PPR points per game.
Yep. All right, let's see what we're looking at here in the middle of the 3rd. We start Gibbs and Lad. Here, it looks like the faller so far is Trey McBride, and then we're to kind of this the long wide receiver tier, JSN, McLaurin, Mike Evans. We'll see what Lego does here. Interesting decision spot for him. Starts 2 running backs. Do you get your first wide receiver, or do you scoop the tight end value and then dig your way out? He goes Trey McBride. So we're looking at, I know that would have been fun. Terry, JSN, Devontae. Do you have a favorite there?
Yeah. Is there a playoff thing with Terry, or is it just ADP as him slightly ahead? I just wasn't sure.
Terry, no playoff thing yet.
Okay. I think it's just an ADP thing. I'd go Terry or JSN. I usually go JSN here though.
Let's do JSN. I did I did a Terry team on the first one, but I do think just like straight up in a vacuum, I do prefer JSN there. So we start Gibbs, Ladd, JSN. I just want to mention this because I just saw this in my inbox as well. Underdog just sent out some deposit matches. It looks like a limited time only 25% deposit match. I don't want to say for certain this is to everyone, but considering that Jack just received it in Illinois and I just received it in Massachusetts, worth mentioning here. And if you guys are somehow new to Underdog, promo code Pete will get you up to $1,000 deposit match as well. So take advantage of these deals when they offer them. They're not always there. So good to take advantage of them. And then just be wary of, there is a playthrough element of it. So check the fine print. I believe generally it's about 2 weeks. But if you're entering, slow drafts, that counts. The drafts don't have to be completed by the time that window ends, but you do need to get that in play.
McLaurin, I have some concerns just over the true ceiling. Obviously playing with a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, the efficiency's there, but not a huge target share for a guy, for where he goes. They don't throw a ton. So whereas JSN, I know a little bit more question mark with quarterback play, but I think the targets could get out of control and just a chance that he's on, a completely another level talent-wise, given prospect status in the year 2 breakout.
Okay. Yeah, chat mentioning, Devontae Adams there as well. I think, that's a tough one. I think like if I had the one draft in the world, I would select Adams, but JSN right there. We should talk through that decision point in a second. DJ Moore, DK Metcalf, Devontae Smith. Who do you like here?
I think this is DJ Moore. Top by our ranks, top by ADP. I think that's pretty clear for me.
Yep. Let's do it. We grab DJ Moore here, 3 picks past ADP. I take it you think the market now has kind of swung too far against DJ Moore. He obviously slid from like early round 3 to here since the draft.
Yeah, I think so. Just a good offense to invest in. With Ben Johnson coming over, I think Caleb could take the year 2 leap. There's really no concerns, in my opinion, in terms of target competition. If they do 2 tight end stuff, that's usually good for, yards per out run stuff for the receivers that are playing. I think Odunze and Burden are good enough to help the offense be good, but not so great that they're going to, kibosh DJ Moore's target share. So, I like him a good bit.
Yeah, and especially, I feel like there's lots of different ways to like think through the Bears offense, as far as like what the rookie additions mean and being kind of hand selected by this new regime versus just the rising tide lifting all boats and DJ Moore being a big beneficiary of just the offense exploding as opposed to it being at the expense of a Loveland or Burden breakout.
It's kind of funny that we really hadn't with the exception of Ladd versus Achane, it's been pretty clear wide receiver picks for us. So the concerns about going running back in round 1 have not played out at all.
Yep. Zay Flowers goes. So we're now looking by ADP. It's Chuba, Mixon, Ridley. By ranks, it's Ridley, Kenneth Walker, who I know you guys are high on. How do you think we go here?
Yeah, I'm high on Kenneth Walker. I'd probably take Walker here. We're kind of betting on Seattle already with the JSN pick. Just get this slight correlation. Even though I have Walker as my favorite of these guys, there are lots of times in that spot I'll go elsewhere just to get a little bit better ADP value, not to get like an insane amount of Walker, but with having the Seattle bet already, I'm happy with taking Walker there.
Yeah, I like that little pairing. It's actually, I was just realizing too, you have the Tet Chuba pairing from round 4 and or round 3 and round 5, and then you also have the JSN Kenneth Walker. That's kind of one of those like Spider-Man meme pairings there.
Yeah, and the correlation, I mean, all your listeners probably know by now, but you're just betting on the offense being really good. You don't want to overthink the wide receiver versus running back dynamic. I actually did a podcast with JJ today, and he was asking me about the running back stacking. And I mean, there were times in lots of weeks in DFS where a certain offense just goes off that's concentrated enough that you want everybody in that offense, even for a DFS week, let alone the seasonal correlation, which is strong. I think sometimes people can think too narrow in terms of like pitting the pass game against the run game in terms of what type of script it's going to be.
Yeah. And I've been thinking about, different projections and ranking stuff a lot lately. And obviously you and Gretsch just fired up your series. And I think one thing we're going to do on Off and On the Clock tomorrow is like go through the underdog lobby because they have a lot of the season long prop lines up. And I think it's always such an interesting conversation because those things are instructive, as are like median projections, but then thinking through all of the scenario-based drafting, what one pick means for the reality of a team you're making, contingent upside, injury stuff, just an offense overperforming expectations, and why just a baseline projection or a baseline line, in the market can't be the end-all be-all for how we draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And the correlation thing isn't just the upside angle. It's the limiting the amount of things you actually have to select to get right angle as well.
Right. Yeah. The hitting, an 18 leg parlay versus a, 9 leg parlay or whatever is a pretty meaningful difference. All right, let's see here. Montgomery, I doubt we would do on a Gibbs team. Jordan Addison, who I've been talking about, I do think is going to get slide here as the market double counts the suspension risk that seems inevitable. And then Jerry Jeudy also in this range here. What do you think?
We have Addison with about 1.5 expected games missed. I think 1.5 to 2 games, somewhere in that range. So I'm not too concerned about the suspension risk, especially if it were to come early. He goes, of course. I would have taken him with the correlation on Gibbs.
Yeah.
Here, can you sort by ADP?
Yes, ADP, Burrow, Connor, Jeudy by rank, Montgomery, Jeudy.
It's probably Jeudy.
Yeah.
It's boring. I get a lot of Jeudy, but the other guys that had ADP just don't really make sense for our team. So Jeudy by rank and ADP is the play there.
I don't know. Maybe I'm sick. Maybe I'm more of a Jeudy bull than I realize, but like I get excited every time I click Jeudy at these prices. I'm pretty you want to talk about projections, right? Like anywhere you look, I was looking at our fantasy life projections, Jeudy projecting well ahead of this ADP. He's someone who's going to look good on paper just by a projected target share.
It's really hard not to get him with a lot of targets, and there's some encouraging, improvements to his game last year. 1.81 yards per route run was pretty solid, and obviously has the prospect pedigree. So yeah, we're above ADP on Jeudy. I know we're above on Njoku as well. It's just tough to I think the market might be overly concerned with the QB play here. I do expect them to run more. I do, people are like, oh, people are looking into too much of the Jameis Winston Jeudy stuff. We're really not in terms of how we're making our rankings. It's not the Jameis stuff that's driving it. It's kind of just our overall, just how our projections work really point people towards Jeudy.
Yep. Yeah. And I think, if you concede that it's hard for the quarterback play to get much worse than it was before. And on top of it, there is kind of a nice floor at the start of the season with Flacco. I don't think anyone's worried about Flacco with Jeudy. It's more just like, what does the late season stuff looks like? But I think you can kind of middle it where it's like you get off to a fast start because Flacco can support high-end wide receiver production. And then maybe the quarterback play late is just a little bit better than advertised.
Yeah. Or if you get Flacco late, I mean, you're really playing with house money.
Yep. All right. We are about to pick here at 7-6. We got 2 running backs, Gibbs and Walker, with our 4 wide receivers, Ladd, JSN, DJ Moore, and Jerry Jeudy. By ADP, you're looking at Caleb Johnson, DeAndre Swift, and Diggs. By rank, Jones, Diggs, Pollard, assistant like Swift and Jones here. What do you think?
I like Swift. It's one of the better ones by ADP. Again, we're doing another running back wide receiver thing, which is betting on a breakout offense. They just really haven't added anything to the running back room. And you saw, kind of it's obviously not exactly what happened in Detroit isn't going to necessarily happen in Chicago, but there's enough of an upside swing there that I think Swift's a little undervalued. He's another guy that I like a little bit more than our rankings. So I'm glad to get him at a pretty solid price here.
Yeah. Removing the Dobbins and Chubb stuff really cleans things out. Are you guys giving any work right now to Manungai, the rookie? I know there's been a
Yeah,
little buzz on him.
we're definitely giving him some work. We've had a tough time getting to market on Roshan Johnson just because we are giving some work to Manjani or however.
I think it's Manungai, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, you are correct. In my head, it's just easier to pronounce it incorrectly than it is to pronounce it correctly. That's the way we roll. But yeah, we're giving him. I'm pulling it up now just so I have the right numbers in front of me. We have him with about 15% of the carries. Roshan with 29%, Swift with 46% of the carries right now.
Okay. Michael, we haven't
Travis Homer for Sam Sherman's sake.
There you go. I have an offer for you. You do have to accept it or reject it right now. BB Meat Gazer says if he wins BBM, he'd like to take you and I snorkeling in the Maldives. Are you up for this excursion with someone named BB Meat Gazer?
I don't know. What's your read on BB Meat Gazer? Because the snorkeling sounds great.
It does. Maldives sound great. I think this trip has the potential, dare I say, a wide range of outcomes. You know, low floor, high ceiling, but it's hard to pass on a free trip snorkeling here.
The first time I ever went snorkeling was in Hawaii, and I'll be honest, it was way better than I expected it to be. Like when I put my face in the water the first time, I was like, holy shit, I cannot believe there's like all these colors and all this stuff happening. So I'll say yes.
I enjoy snorkeling too. I do not like the idea of scuba diving. I know Kerrane has done that. That's not for me. That's where I start to get my fears. Michael Pittman, TJ Hawkinson, Kyler, by ADP, it's Hawkinson, Cup, Mayfield. Do you want to do
I like Hawkinson. We get a little correlation. We get our first tight end.
Yeah.
I like McCarthy also just with stack flexibility later. So I'm definitely down for that.
Yeah, you get Hawkinson past ADP, week 17 bring back. Like you said, another quarterback stack option here. This tends to be how I get Laporta and Hawkinson. I feel like they're never like screaming targets for me, but if I can get a correlation bump plus a value dip, feels like a good spot to get exposure to those guys.
Getting some comments in chat that BB Meat Gazer has made Liam some offers as well. So, you know, he's just throwing out offers left and right. I thought we were special.
I did too. It's like when someone asks you a start sit question on Twitter and then you go to their feed and realize they've asked 94 analysts the same question. There you go. Exactly. BB Gazer also. Here's the thing, though. He promised Liam lobster. I think just taking him to a lobster dinner, he just offered us a trip to the Maldives. So he is tiering us accordingly.
Okay. Yeah. I like that.
Yes.
I was hoping Caleb was going to make it back to us. Based on ADP, I thought we had a chance, but it didn't go down that way.
Yeah, Caleb going
he did stack him. He did Burden.
Oh, Burden.
Caleb at the wraparound.
Yes, the cheeky little double tap there. Baker's the one sliding in this draft, but we do not have anything involving Tampa Bay or Miami. Other ADP, you got Bo Nix, Brock Purdy, but this probably sit on quarterback kind of team for us right now. Running backs, you're looking at Tyrone Tracy, ETN, Scatabo, and then wide receiver, we got Jayden Higgins and Trey Harris up here in the mix.
I like Higgins here.
Me too.
You know, guy that we're behind on ADP, but we get him a little bit after ADP. And in my head, I'll bump him a little bit too, just knowing that I like Stroud. There was Trey Harris to continue to add to the Chargers, but I think I'd rather have more stack outs with our quarterbacks. And Higgins, I think I like a little touch better.
Yeah. And I will say, like initial reviews from camp and stuff I'm hearing, it just seems like Higgins has looked awesome out of the gate there. So obviously you got to always take that stuff with a bit of a grain of salt, but nice to know it's not negative news on him. Yeah. And yeah, Higgins at 102 is nice. Pat and I did we didn't have the option of Higgins and Trey Harris, and we took Trey Harris on a lad team and liked how that turned out. But yeah, I like the multiple quarterback outs that you get there, and you get the week 17 correlation too of deciding how you want to play that game.
Also, Peter, Give me rookies or give me death.
There you go. You know, if you want Michael Leone to stay true to that declaration, you just got to be patient. The rookies don't always come early, but eventually we will sneak one onto this team. Also, I want to say to the chat, thank you for pointing out that I had misspelled drafts in the title of this video. It was missing an F. That situation has been rectified, but I see your jokes and I appreciate it. And I will continue to use you all as copywriters to fix my my mistakes here. Just like that Yahoo AI article that said, hey, if you notice any typos or errors, please let us know. All right, Leone, let me recap the team for the audio listeners. No quarterbacks yet. We got Gibbs, Walker, Swift at running back. We got Ladd, JSN, DJ Moore, Jeudy, and Jayden Higgins at wide receiver, and TJ Hawkinson at tight end. This draft feels comfy so far.
Yeah, very comfy. When to start quarterbacks interesting, because the quarterbacks that we want to have stacked kind of all go in a row. And I might be tempted to start them early and see if we could go, 3 for 3 or at least 2 for 3 with Herbert, Stroud, and JJ.
Yep. And looking behind us, there's one team that's probably good with Hurts and Fields. There's another team that has no quarterbacks, and then 3 other teams that have 1 quarterback. So I definitely expect these picks to start flying here. Scatabo, Jonnu who are up there.
Yeah, I think I'd go Cam here.
Okay.
I think the ADP gap between him and the quarterback is just too big to start the quarterbacks as much as I want to. He's also a back that I don't have a ton of, so I like getting him in this spot. He fits our build as well, like getting a rookie running back with some late season upside on a team where we're going to have very stable production out of the gate. We don't need to really worry about that initial production.
Yep. Yeah, I took Scatabo. I passed on him in round 9 for ETN in my first draft this morning because I'm always clicking Scatabo, and then he fell, and I'm like, all right, I'll do it again. And then same thing in this draft where he's one of my most drafted running backs overall, and specifically in this range. But yeah, I'll keep scooping him up here at 115.
And the thing with the ADP value, I'm fine reaching around on the quarterback, but you got to look at opportunity cost. We got Scatabo around after his ADP. So I'm to me, it's not just do we take the quarterback round early? It's a 2-round gap in ADP between the, JJ, who does end up going, and Scatabo. Actually, I think Herbert probably is the earlier ADP of the 3 quarterbacks we're looking at.
And this is kind of another bonus for playing it a little more fast and loose in the middle, is you can kind of read the room more. So this drafter, Troy here, has Jefferson and knows, hey, McCarthy's not going to come back to me at 143. And now has to make this decision of, hey, I don't have any other viable stack partners. I don't want to get boxed out. And Jonnu continues to fall. I took him at 130 in my first draft this morning, but I do think this is where we pull the trigger on Herbert here. Do you agree with Ladd, or do you like Goff with
I think we got to go. I'd go Herbert here.
Yes.
I think the correlation's a little bit stronger. I also, Goff is a pretty prime regression candidate. We've got Goff slightly ahead, but if you were to strip out the ADP, I think we have these two very close, and I'd rather have the QB wide receiver pairing.
Yeah, and that would I agree. I gravitate there too. And if Herbert had gone, then I would have no problem doing the Goff Gibbs thing. It's also just a little easier to find some later options with the Chargers. Obviously, Quentin Johnston. You can mess around with the tight ends if you have a lean there. Lions, it's what? It's Tesla or bust. They're all gone.
Yeah, there's not really any late round stackouts there.
Have you guys, I feel like one of the big talking points lately, and it's kind of these wide receivers, the rookie wide receivers late, Deontay Thornton is kind of the one making a move based on some training camp news. The chat was trying to get me on Savion Williams in the first one. Have you guys made any tweaks to, the Ty Feltons and those other kind of round 3 and on rookie wide receivers?
Not too much. I know we're ahead of ADP on Thornton, so we've definitely moved there. Felton, we're still behind ADP on a decent bit. Tesla's been one guy we've been ahead on just because the conversation that you're saying about how there's no one to stack, there's just not a lot of people in his way to play like kind of like a bit role where he could have some spike weeks. I think the upside's probably pretty capped in terms of like role over the course of this season as far as like a true breakout guy. But I do think he's okay as like a correlated, spike week bet. But yeah, no, we haven't moved too much. Thornton's definitely the guy we've moved the most.
So I'm glad we got our quarterback there. The Stroud goes a drafter, triple tapped quarterback there with a Drake May, Trevor Lawrence, Stroud range. And then the Mon-Ra drafter takes Goff there as well. So
I think this Scatabo value was right, but I thought we'd get 2 out of the 3. That's all right. We'll make it work though.
We'll make it work. This could be a Darnold-ass team for sure. Tyler Warren, who's at the top here, could make sense to set up a Danny Dimes type stack. He goes, so there goes that. But Goddard is here. Mims is here. Tajay Spears could set up a little thing with Cam Ward. What do you think?
I kind of lean Mims here and taking the value, but I don't love where we're at right now.
I think
it's too early for QJ.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, you could have just taken QJ there. If we didn't already have a tight end, I would have gone Goddard, but we went a little bit early on Hawk. We could backdoor stack some tight end QB stuff.
Yes. Giants definitely in play when you have Scatabo. I've done some dart on 3 quarterback teams. I will admit I have not been man enough to select Russell Wilson yet. Have you selected Russell Wilson on a team?
No, I feel like I've learned my lesson on these quarterbacks that aren't particularly high ceiling, who have a rookie playing behind them. I'd much rather take a chance on Dart, who could be a better per game producer. And to me, if you were handicapping who's likely to start in the playoff weeks, I think the edge would be towards the rookie in this situation. So I'm not taking any Russ. I don't think that'll change.
Here's the team so far. Herbert at quarterback, Gibbs, Kenneth Walker, DeAndre Swift, Cam Scatabo at running back, 6 wide receivers, Ladd, JSN, DJ Moore, Jerry Jeudy, Jayden Higgins, Marvin Mims, our most recent click, and then Hawkinson at tight end. So other than like the quarterback situation, we're sitting comfy at the other positions. It's just figuring out how we're going to make the quarterbacks work.
Is an issue.
Yeah.
What can you go see the available quarterbacks? I just want to kind of get a sense of like
Tua falling, Penix is here, Cam Ward is here, Young. Obviously, Sam Darnold makes sense for this team with Walker and JSN.
Yeah. Ward is sometimes, I feel a little more comfortable playing him like naked if I have to, and you get Chig too. It's a pretty easy backdoor stack guy. You get Lockett real late. That's kind of a boring pick, but
yeah, we're on the clock here by rank. It's Doubs, McMillan, Algier. Or we could pull up a quarterback. What do you think?
I might pull up a quarterback here just because I think we're pretty set at wide receiver. Yeah, I might go Ward let's go Ward. I've taken, because we're so high on Tua, I've taken some unstacked Tua when he slips and I'm like in these desperate spots. And then maybe just making the dart throw on Westbrook Ikine or Malik Washington in round 18.
Yeah.
Or if I'm in a 3 quarterback build, it's definitely not the ideal and what you're pushing for, but I don't think it's the end of the world to just have a solid unstacked quarterback value in the mix to just get you points when you might need it. It's not what you're trying to do. It's not ideal for the playoff weeks, but it's not like you're dead because you took Tua in round 14 unstacked.
Yeah, and I like the Cam Ward. I think I actually, for Fantasy Life 2 weeks ago, wrote up my top 4 favorite back stacks, and Cam Ward, the Titans, is kind of like my 1A and 1B there. I mean, you have the tight end, you have a veteran wide receiver, and 2 rookie wide receivers to choose from, and you just get, like you said, you just get a solid quarterback bet who could really outperform his ADP in the same way like a guy like Bo Nix did last year.
Yeah. And there's also some like Bryce Young stuff you can make work too, depending on like where in the draft you are with Thielen and Leggett. Just thinking through those. But yeah, now we've got 2 quarterbacks. It didn't break exactly how we wanted it to, but we've got Darnold as kind of an outlet now.
Yeah, Darnold, and again, this could be a team that you do the Jackson Dart thing. And this is also, like you said, like if Tua continues to fall, and you want to pull the trigger on something like that. But I almost feel like I'd rather have just Darnold on this team.
Well, I think for the third quarterback, I want to get the stack. We've bet on Seattle in multiple ways, like not just JSN, but we're betting on the offense. I think I'd take Doubs here. I'd take the value. I think he's just one of the better picks here. We got the quarterback. I think I'd go Doubs here.
Yeah, you guys have a really bullish rank on Doubs. I mean, we just took him past ADP, but you guys have him out at 128. So well ahead of market there.
I think he's a really good best ball pick where he's just going to be out there a ton. I'm expecting the passing game to regress positively a little bit. And I know it's a boring pick, but he's probably the odds-on favorite to run the most routes for Green Bay this year. He's young enough that he's not without upside. I do refer to him as a boring pick. I think that's the most likely way it plays out, but he's not without upside either if a breakout happens. And hopefully Golden is good, and it just helps the whole offense. I don't think Golden being good is going to prevent Doubs from paying off what his price tag is right now. It's a very cheap price tag when you look at the other receivers we have potentially the number 1 wide receiver on Green Bay going at the same point that Jalen McMillan, who might be the 4th wide receiver for Tampa Bay, is going.
For sure. Yeah. And, I was talking about the other wide receiver options in Green Bay during the first draft. And there is, Doubs is really the one where there is basically the least amount of ambiguity about his role. I mean, you got a rookie in Golden. Reed's playing time last year was really shaky. Wick's hyper efficient, but similar playing time stuff. Christian Watson is back running routes, on the field after his ACL. They draft Savion Williams, but like Romeo Doubs, he is going to be the fixture. Like we know what he's going to do. And I'm in on this team, having a slightly higher pass rate this year. Maybe they can't rely on Josh Jacobs to control the ball quite as much as they did, where they kind of just like neutered their passing game last year. So yeah, I have a hard time complaining about Doubs past ADP there. Is this the spot we go Darnold at 174 to just lock this up?
I think we got to go Darnold here. Yeah. We also took a lot of RB wide receiver skill players early, so I just don't see a ton of opportunity cost. We made the bet. I think it'd just be way too cute to not go Darnold here.
Yep, he's the top available quarterback by both ADP and rank. We need him to be good for Kenneth Walker and JSN to cook. So let's do it. And now we have a 3-4-7-1. We have 3 more picks. We know at minimum we're 1 more tight end. And then I think we can kind of play around with how we finish this.
Yeah, I think probably it's 2 tight ends and a running back, but like you said, we have some flexibility. Hawkinson can definitely be a 2 tight end type of guy. I've been gravitating towards 3 more this early, just because I have a lot of builds like we have where we've hit RB wide receivers so much early that I don't feel the need to get those dart throws in quite as much. We're at 4 running backs right now, right?
Yes, 4 running backs, but we have the Gibbs anchor, Walker there in round 5, Swift and Scatabo. So I feel like the draft capital we've spent, we're kind of just like chugging along, still not really behind there.
Yeah, for sure. We wouldn't want more than 5. We probably are a little too fragile to go with 4. What's our wide receiver room? I'm just trying to see if if we ended at receiver, if we'd feel okay with that.
I think we could. Ladd, JSN, DJ Moore, Jeudy, Higgins, Mims, Doubs. Higgins and Mims maybe a little more fragile, but then Doubs, Jeudy, and then a nice top 3 there with Ladd, JSN, and DJ Moore.
Yeah, I know who I want if he comes back to us here.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting too because I think there's nothing really anything left with Seattle. I don't think there's much with the Chargers. I actually asked Pat this on our Chargers build as well. Do you guys have a lean on like the Disley versus Conklin stuff?
We don't really have either of them, draftable outside of stacking. We've got Disley ahead, just based on some per route run stuff last year, but we've got him at T34, which I guess is ahead of ADP, but it's still a rank of like 228 or something. So behind what you would normally see. And not a lot of conviction either in that.
It's a bummer too. Like Disley had that nice stretch last year. I think it was the game against the Cardinals. He had like 13 or 14 targets or something. And it would have been nice to have a backstack option with him. But the Conklin Disley just like really muddies it.
Yeah. And I would bet, I think Disley's the right bet, but you've also got the rookie there in Gadsden too, which you never know. I think like Rico is probably a good pick here. Do you think we need to get the stack? Now, Rico gives us a game stack in week 17. And
I like that. Rico well past ADP here as the opposition to the Darnold stuff and giving us that fifth running back there. Yeah, I think that was the obvious click.
And now, and Chig usually lasts, knock on wood.
Yeah, in there. Yeah, I never feel too bad about tight end. We got other options here. You could do another Carolina pick with Jatavian Sanders,
Yep.
Cade Otton. So yeah, Theo Johnson with the Giant stuff. And that is the nice thing about Hawkinson. You can kind of play him as that tweener there as well. But yeah, I think Dowdle, a really strong pick there. And that's kind of like I was talking with Pat about you sometimes are thinking through like the week 17 angle and like the archetype that can actually take advantage of the week 17 thing, where sometimes you take like the older fast start running backs. We were talking about it with Mixon, but like a Kerrane, it's like, am I going to even get the week 17 benefit? If their production's tailing off, whereas like a backup running back like Rico, it really lines up well of like, hey, the chaos of the season, something happens to Chuba, and now you have that backup running back at an elevated value in the week it matters the most.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's a question from JGFC. Do you think Chubb is draftable, or should we be taking shots on Woody Marks?
So I just did the AFC South podcast with Gretch, and I think it's, you could take a shot on Chubb as if something happens to Mixon. I think Chubb would get definitely the first crack at the touchdown stuff and in the early down work. The issue with Marks is he's probably just like a scat back, pass catching specialist type. There's always with rookies though an element of like, who knows? Like that's what we think he is. Maybe, same thing with like Jaden Blue for Dallas. It's like you don't want to overly peg them into a role when you haven't seen it, but
Chig here, lock that up.
I think so. Let's lock. We need a tight end. We need a stack there.
Yeah. He's here by ADP, third best. I love like Chig on Cam Ward teams. I really like, because I just think if we get the Cam Ward, outperforming ADP by, say 5 or 6 positional slots or whatever, I think Chig is gonna surprise with, 5 or 6 touchdowns and kind of come along for that ride.
The short answer on the Houston stuff, though, is I have not drafted a lot of like round 17, 18 Houston running backs.
Yep. I feel like that's kind of a classic one too, of like, it's pretty muddied. Wait for some information, see how things are shaking out. I guess it's, based on their archetypes, it's interesting. Like if you had a Mixon injury, it feels like we'd get Chubb on early downs and Woody Marks on passing downs. And so it's like, would you get a big league winner? Are there better backs there that could have a bigger chunk of the pie from that contingent angle? I think there probably are.
Okay.
So we have a 3-5-7-2 here. It feels like the decision is like probably between a third tight end or like one of these Tennessee wide receivers.
I think that's the decision. Can you go to tight end?
Yeah. You're looking at by ADP, Ferguson, Gray, Arroyo. Some of the chat been shouting out him as part of the big Seattle stack. Noah Gray, And then there's our Chargers tight ends as well.
What do you? I think I have a slightly into Arroyo and building out the Seattle stack, but like, Lockett versus Arroyo, like, are we going for safety or like positional kind of?
I feel better, I think, about our wide receiver room. I kind of think I like the 3 tight ends, but that's also how I've just been naturally gravitating.
I know, me too.
I think this wide receiver room has enough. It really is just Higgins as far as kind of the rookie stuff, where I feel pretty good about the roles of these other guys in a way that lean me or Arroyo goes.
Yeah,
So,
Arroyo goes.
Yeah.
So it's either, I think, Disley or Lockett. I think I'm third tight end here. I have a tendency to overdraft receiver, and I think we're probably okay at receiver. But what do you think?
I like the third tight end more. It's a bummer because I was getting excited about Arroyo on this team as well. But you want to go Disley?
I think so. Chat's yelling for Gadsden there, but
I know. I've heard. I did it my show on Saturday with someone from the Deposit Kingdom, Josh, and I was talking about Chargers tight ends too, and he immediately mentioned Gadsden as well. But man, we're worried about it being muddied with just Disley and Conklin, much less a third in there.
Yeah. This is probably the only circumstance where I'm taking Disley. Like, you need a third tight end. It's the final round, and he's stacked.
Yeah, we got sniped here. M. Stockton dropping bangers in the chat earlier, and then just had to snipe us on Arroyo as a bring back to his Carolina stuff. And there goes Gadsden, just the rookie tight end, just getting pew, pew, pew. All right. I did not realize this was going to be the show where I talked a ton about Chargers tight ends and then finally took a stand with Will Disley. But like I said, you can at least hang your hat on the fact that he was a pretty featured part of the offense last year. Should still be in the mix for some touchdown hunting. And then, you're then praying for kind of some contingent upside if Conklin doesn't stay healthy, but that's about as much as I can muster.
Yeah, he got some easy targets. I mean, he was at 1.73 yards per out run, which is, like Sam Laporta was at 1.79 last year. Kelsey at 1.72. The issue is just going to be routes. Like, how many routes is he going to run? He's got a 24% target per out run. But, round 18, I think you can do worse than, making a bet on a guy who's at least been earning targets on a per route basis. Like, we know he can do that.
Yep.
I don't want to oversell it. Like I said,
no,
there's a few circumstances where I'd take him, but I think if you had to bet on a Chargers tight end, it's him.
Before we recap this team, the Underdog Drafts team has dropped some new contests in the lobby. So let me let you guys know what you're working with here. We have a new $7.20 max contest, the Poodle, 40K to first. This is kind of a fun advanced structure, 2 of 12, and then 1 of 6, 1 of 5. So really small for week 15, week 16, and then a bigger final, 310 seat final. A nice week 17 is all that matters contest there. Corgi is a $5 single entry, 25K to first, 2 of 12, 1 of 10, 1 of 5, 75 seat final. And then the Pit Bull, this looks nice, $20 10 entry max, exclusively 20-second clock. So the liquidity there should be good. And then kind of in between the Corgi and the Poodle, 2 of 12, 1 of 6, 1 of 5, 156 seat final. Some fun contests in there for the Underdog sickos.
I'd love to see all the options.
Yeah, that Pitbull one is right up my alley. Let's recap this team, though. My 49th team in Best Ball Mania, I think our 6th or 7th team together this summer, and my 3rd straight 3-5-7-3 build this morning. They continue to get funneled to that. How it happened in my first draft, Mike, I had a Jayden Daniels, Jordan Love team that also had Nico Collins, and CJ Stroud fell to me at 154. And I said, all right.
Oh, wow.
I'm doing it.
I 100% agree with that choice.
Here we go, though. Justin Herbert, Cam Ward, and Sam Darnold on this team. Our running backs, Jahmyr Gibbs, Kenneth Walker, DeAndre Swift, Cam Scatabo, Enrico Dowdle. Wide receivers, Ladd, JSN, DJ Moore, Jerry Jeudy, Jayden Higgins, Marvin Mims, Romeo Doubs, and then the 3 tight ends, TJ Hawkinson, Chigakonkwo, and not Elijah Arroyo, one Mr. Will Dissly. How do you feel about this squad?
I feel pretty good. We value hunted a ton with this squad. Definitely a little bit bummed. I thought for sure we'd get like 2 out of the 3 of Herbert, Stroud, and McCarthy.
Yeah.
I'm a little bummed we didn't do that. You know, we definitely lost some quarterback upside, but I think it was worth taking the gamble on the Scatabo pick where we could have started the quarterback one earlier. But that Scatabo pick made it much easier to stick with just 5 running backs total. So I don't really regret that pick. I just kind of wish the room had fallen like your room that gave you Stroud at 152. We just wanted Stroud at ADP, man.
I know. Yeah, like you said, it was just like getting one of those guys in there. Caleb, you mentioned, obviously would have made sense on this Swift and DJ Moore side. We kept building out outs and they kept getting evaporated, but I think we managed well. We built out a secondary stack there, a small one with Cam Ward and Chig, and then, you know, built on that early bet on the Seahawks with Darnold. And I think Cam Ward and Darnold complement each other well as far as kind of like the profiles of quarterbacks there. So yeah, I think we made it work. I loved the Rico pick there. Also, we get the nice, you know, Herbert double stack with the Jayden Higgins bring back in week 17. So some pretty nice correlation feathered here throughout as well.
Yeah. Someone was mentioning we didn't need a 5th running back. I think we were like pretty fragile, but like, even if we knew it was a luxury pick to get the bring back well after ADP, I think was absolutely worth it. I don't know if I've been drafting too many 3 quarterback teams. It's definitely been my default, but I love the flexibility where like a draft like ours, if it breaks right and we get the quarterbacks we really want at the cost we want, it's going to be an absolute home run. If it doesn't break right, you know, you can see we were still able to make it work. It's not like we were screwed. We still have 3 stacked quarterbacks. It's just, you know, the QB2 is maybe not quite as strong as we would have liked it to be.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the one pick I think was the one that we were just like probably shrugged the most was the Marvin Mims pick at 139. That was kind of the one where just like we didn't really know what to do there other than
that was the Stroud had gone and we were just lost. Yeah.
Yep.
And it was like, dude, I mean, in hindsight, maybe at that point the capital's not worth enough that maybe we should have just taken QJ. And gotten, and he went the pick after. Probably should have gone QJ there. That was my bad. I got a little eyes bugged out on the value. But at that point in the draft, I think we probably should have gone QJ.
Yeah, in the, you know, Mims I've noticed has been dropping routinely past ADP. I think it's paired with the kind of Pat Bryant enthusiasm and you know, kind of settling a little bit on him. So it's always kind of, I always wrestle with those spots of like, is this fake ADP value because his ADP is dropping pretty quickly and it's not actually as much ADP value as we think if we look at his ADP in say a couple of weeks. Right. But on the other hand, like you said, this was kind of a no man's land for picks that made sense because I was going to even vouch for Tyler Warren at 139 there as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Warren,
then he goes.
I think you would have won that too, vouching for Warren. I think you would have swung me just getting the tight end upside. But
it's a, you know, like, it's a good reminder too, and why I think it's a good exercise to go through the backstack options so that when you find yourself in this spot, you can immediately know like how are the pieces going to come together, both with my positional needs and what's available, and knowing like, hey, there's Jackson Dart, Darius Slayton, Theo Johnson for me. There's Cam Ward, your wide receiver flavor in Chig, or say it's a team where you need a running back. And you say, okay, maybe I'm setting up something with Daniel Jones because I know DJ Giddens is there as part of that team level bet, and kind of thinking through what pieces are available and how can I make that work with what I've already built so far.
Yeah. And also I think you can bet on a team and not have the quarterback. You know, we have Swift and DJ Moore. We're still cheering for Chicago. You know, they're still correlated. We don't absolutely need the quarterback for that correlation to pay off. And I know you talk about that a lot, but sometimes I think people are too upset when they don't get the quarterback to go on with a couple of teammate skill players that have already been drafted.
Yep. Well, I like how this one turned out here. It's like an interesting thing to sometimes, I think we were talking about with the Quentin Johnston versus Marvin Mims. I think you could do it a little bit too with like Doubs versus Tyler Lockett, right? Where that could be another like 2v2 where we took Doubs, like if we look at what available tight ends were there, and I'm not saying I regret that pick. I'm just kind of thinking through of how that shook out. You know, we pick 163. So say you are looking at like a Gesicki, Pat Freiermuth, like what do you like better, you know, a Disley Doubs or say a Pat Freiermuth and Tyler Lockett? Because that's kind of the other way you could go there.
Yeah. I like the Doubs side, but I think it's worth considering. And part of that factors in how much you like the player. And I like legitimately like Doubs. So I felt very good closing out wide receiver with him. But yeah, you always want to think through that. And as the draft goes on, the capital matters less, which means the ADP quote unquote value matters less. So I am kicking myself a little bit about not going QJ in that one spot, especially just knowing that, you know, we didn't have a ton of other stack options with the Chargers. I know Disley ended up happening more out of necessity than anything.
Yep. Yeah. And it's funny too, right? Because this Marvin Mims, Quentin Johnston pick range, 139, 140, this is like the exact tipping point of where the ADP does kind of cease to matter. And so you're still kind of wrestling that like, yeah, but he fell out of the it mattering range into this new range. So yeah, I think that was by far a tricky part there. And it is, you know, it does speak to like, if you need a tight end in this range, if you need a running back, like the value picks look a little bit better to me. I guess the only other one, and I think I mentioned it, and this is obviously in retrospect, but going Tajay Spears there, and then the Cam Ward thing would have come together nicely. That could have been another potential solution.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. If you mentioned it, I was scattered and I didn't really consider that too much. Yeah, knowing that you probably have to go Ward at that point because you got screwed on Stroud makes sense. And then you just go wide receiver where we took Chuba.
Are you guys projecting anything for Mike Williams? And I'm going to use this break here, Leone, before my next guest. And I trust you. I have to pee so bad from drinking so much coffee. So I'm going to let you field this and I will be right back.
All right. If people are curious for our Chargers shares, we do have Mike Williams as somewhat draftable at the very back end, but we've got him 7.5% target share, Ladd 22%, Quentin Johnston 13%, Trey Harris 14%. So there's some upside there. Nez says, hi, Leone. Hey, what's up, man? Let's see. So throw some other questions at me, and I'll cover while Peter does his pee break here. But Gretchen and I just started our off-season projections podcast, so we'll go over all the gory detail of the target shares, if that's your thing. You can check it on the Establish the Edge feed on YouTube and just wherever you listen to your podcasts. Little did Peter know that I was just going to turn my time with you guys into a shill for my podcast, so that's where we are. I guess I didn't realize Peter was putting the YouTube chat. Oh, no, the YouTube chats are back.
No, I mentioned your projection series pod earlier. I listened to the first one of that, and I was mentioning that I had a real come to Jesus moment about clicking Dalton Schultz after Gretch put him in a body bag during your projection series.
Hey, I'm curious your thoughts on Grant's question because I really have no idea. The rookie receivers for Tennessee, what are you doing?
I will admit I have not taken DK at all. I've clicked Iomanor a few times. I've been basically splitting, based on my team needs, like Lockett, if I want to kind of shore up, playing time versus taking the swing on needing a rookie. But I would prefer to continue to get some news on that before I place more bets.
Yeah, that makes sense. I really have no idea. I've been probably taking more Lockett than I should just because I at least feel comfortable out of the gate that he's going to have a role. But it's counter to the fact that usually the way I'm structuring my teams, I'm less in need of the veteran in round 18 at wide receiver, unless I've done a very running back early star, or maybe like I'm a heavy rookie wide receiver team, and that's when I want to lean into Lockett a bit more.
Yeah, and I don't know if I do think draft capital is an important thing. Benny says the Titans told us they think DK is better. I mean, the Raiders also told us they thought Jack Besh is better, and now they're playing Thornton ahead of him in 3 wide receiver sets too. So I do think you want to be like fluid with how you think about it, especially for, round 3 and on guys, as opposed to some of the early stuff where that early draft capital, like there's such a pot committed element to those teams wanting to save face and make a round 1 and round 2 rookie pan out and save their hides as GMs versus, once you're getting round 3, 4, 5, my guess is the coach is not viewing those players too differently at training camp.
Yeah, I think you're correct there. I like Michael Lucci says that Lockett is an eliminator ass pick.
Definitely.
Fair.
Definitely. Well, Leone, let people know, you mentioned the projection series, pod, anything else people should keep an eye out for at ETR, obviously the draft assistant, which we had up here, if they want to check that out. What am I forgetting?
Yeah, I think there's more formats coming very soon for the draft assistant, either with recommendations or at least just like the overlay information, even if we don't have the selection recommendations, which for me, like if I'm doing the other underdog formats, I think that'll be exciting. So even if we don't have recs specific to the corgi, you'll be able to see the overlays and the information, which is super helpful. But yeah, other than that, we're just grinding the ranks consistently. So check them out each day before you start drafting over at ETR.
Awesome stuff. Well, I will let you go, Mike. We're going to get Nick BDGE swinging by here in a little bit. But yeah, make sure you guys are subscribed to that Establish the Edge podcast feed. Are you also putting YouTube versions of those up?
Yeah, it should be up on the Establish the Edge YouTube channel.
Okay.
I think episode 1 is up there, but if not, it will be eventually up.
It's one of those few podcasts. I listen to so many podcasts. It's kind of like, background, almost like talk radio type vibe, just listening to 2 people shoot the shit. That one is like one I'm constantly rewinding because I don't want to miss things because it's so densely packed with like the situations you guys are talking about. And it's not just best ball too. You guys are giving a good kind of spin for both managed leagues and best ball. So regardless of what fantasy formats you're playing this year, it is always one of my favorite, like fundamental, bedrock foundational pieces for thinking about the season. So check that out. And Leone, we'll see you next time on Best Ball Breakfast.
Awesome. Thanks, man. See you.
All right. Peace. All right. We are going to get Nick hopefully hopping on stage here. I didn't realize this is going to be my 50th draft with Nick. So a lot of pressure on Nick to draft a banger here with me on Best Ball Breakfast. Appreciate all 600 plus of you guys hanging out today in the chat. A few other things, if you guys missed it, a lot of people received underdog deposit bonuses in their inbox. So make sure that you guys are peeping your inbox and taking advantage of that. In addition, want to let you guys know that I have my usual shows this week. Tomorrow, off and on the clock, with John and Nez. I think we're going to do a tour through the underdog lobby, looking at some of the prop lines there. And then we will be kind of seeing how that maps onto ADP. So I think that will be a good exercise. And then Wednesday, Best Ball Bash, Nez is going to be my guest for the randomizer. And one of you will be my guest drafting a team with me based on who wins that drawing. But without further ado, it's time to bring my guest on, none other than Nick BDGE, Nick Ercolano. Look at the lighting game here in the studio, asking you to stand up on your feet. Nick, welcome to Best Ball Breakfast.
I can't stand up on my feet, otherwise you'd realize I'm not wearing pants right now. So we're gonna stay
underwear.
We're gonna stay sat for a minute. I actually have shorts on.
Okay.
Surprisingly, I actually don't have underwear on. I'm going to be transparent with you. I was upstairs on my roof, and I was kind of just laying out in the sun for a bit. So I got a bit sweaty, and then it got to a time frame where I was like, I could try to shower real quick, but then I don't know if I'm going to get there for the 1 o'clock stream. So I just said, fuck it. I'm just going to take everything that's sweaty off of me right now, jump on the stream, get a little bit more sweaty. So I'm going to yell a little bit, and then I'll hit the shower afterwards.
Here's I've been wearing a lot of like either like running shorts that double as like swim trunks, or like these Lululemon pants that kind of have the liner. So I don't even know, does that count as not wearing underwear? Because I'm not wearing underwear, but I also feel like there's a little more than just truly free balling it.
Yeah, I feel like anything with a liner is kind of valid as being its own pair of underwear. I've been pretty deep in the Lulu game over the last like 12 months or so. I didn't own any of it, but then it's one of those brands that, like, you know, people make fun of it, like, oh, it's like for people that you know, spend too much money on clothes. But once you kind of slide into it, you're like, I understand it, and then you kind of can't go back from it.
I got into it with the joggers because I love it for traveling. Because, you know, like you don't want to wear jeans if you're traveling. And then if you wear sweatpants, like I literally sweat in like cotton sweatpants, and how breathable those are to be able to have pants that don't feel super hot and sweaty. And I was like, all right, I'm going to load up on every one of these. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're at an age in our lives where it's like, it's fully functional over the way you're looking. And also where I live in New York, it's very fashion forward, I guess. But in that, fashion has just absolutely ran off the course at this point. I can't tell if people are homeless or they're like super fashionable where I live anymore. So it doesn't matter what you wear, because it looks like you might be fashion forward. So regardless of what you're wearing, you're set. So it's comfort over everything. This summer we're going no underwear.
That is the thing I miss most about living in a big city, is just almost like the wardrobe people watching. Like anytime I'm in downtown Boston or we're in Cambridge, like I find myself just staring at people because I'm out in the burbs and I never get to see it. And I'm like, wait, people are wearing this now? And in New York, I mean, your spot's Washington Square Park or whatever. It's like just the people watching is on another level.
Yeah, I'll tell you where the trends have kind of gone with guys. It's very much like 90s and early 2000s boy bands. Like everybody looks like they're trying to go back into the Backstreet Boys or NSYNC, and then you have the girls that are going like fully Paris Hilton, where it's like very low cut jeans and like everything's just kind of like droopy. It's very weird. I don't necessarily like it, so I hope this is just a phase for one summer.
Yes. Well, there you go. And I'm glad you at least you have your BDGE apparel there that you can continue to rock, and it's a timeless look.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't like any clothes really, so I just start to make my own. And I'm like, as long as I like these, I could just wear them every single day.
I still need an influencer piece of BDGE clothing. I love that shirt. I need to get
I didn't realize you didn't have any. I'll grab your address after the show. And we have a ton in like a closet in our office because no one wants to buy our shit.
We'll do a merch swap. I'll send you some Deposit King stuff. And but I love what you guys did with that design. But we are here not to talk about athleisure wear. We're actually going to draft a Best Ball Mania team here. Nick, we got the 1-9. You've been dropping a lot of nuggets on the timeline. It seems like you're fully in draft mode right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Pete, I don't know. We didn't really like make an announcement or anything like that. And I haven't talked to many people with it, but we're actually we're working with BetMGM for the foreseeable future as our big partner for the year. So we're getting a lot of data fed to us about just like Vegas lines. And I feel like it's an underutilized piece of information that kind of serves as pretty solid bumpers as you're drafting. And I like to kind of compare it to projections in the fantasy space. And I kind of think it just keeps your head on straight a little bit, because you'll have guys that are, you know, being picked at wide receiver 11 that have the same Vegas projection line as a guy being picked at wide receiver 36. And, you know, there's obviously differences here because there's things like upside, and some of them don't have like pure reception lines, which obviously factor into half PPR, full PPR or whatever. But again, I use them as like a bumper just to give people a way, because I think with fantasy, and you see less of this in best ball because people go with like exposure and portfolios, but a lot of the content I make is kind of geared towards redraft, and people go into redraft leagues with like friends and family where they're
dead set on loving guys or hating guys, right? And they like completely fade dudes, where in reality, like guys are going to have good seasons, guys are going to have okay seasons. They're going to be within, you know, a few points of each other. I just feel like it's good to kind of lock in and make sure that you have a variety of players. And you see that in best ball.
For sure. And I've been doing that. I was mentioning with Mike. Actually, let's make this pick here. We got Puka, Genti, Amon-Ra, Nico, Brian Robinson, Brian Thomas, the big dog, Derrick Henry. What do you like?
I'm fine with any of those top 4 receivers. I think
I want your favorite from the gut, from the balls. Yeah,
it's either Puka or Nico. Let's fuck around and go with Puka here.
All right, let's do it. Grab Puka here. Yeah, I think it's really valuable to, you know, one of the things you're kind of trying to accomplish in best ball is like the mixture, right? Of like, you can't be taking zeros. You can't just swing for the fences on every pick. Like you need some of those guys who project well, but you also can't swing too far in that direction either. Like you need some of these rookies that are going to surprise and outperform their ADP. But yeah, I think the players that tend to get undervalued the most relative to projections are the one on gross teams. It's like no one wants to select Jerry Jeudy. No one wants to select Pat Freiermuth. You go and you start looking at their projections and they project way better than their ADP.
Dude, that's like one of the things I was looking at today is a guy like Calvin Ridley and a guy like Jerry Jeudy who have the same exact receiving yardage line as Garrett Wilson's and as some of the players up in that tier. And they actually have higher touchdown number totals as well. Garrett Wilson can obviously pop off for 170 targets and catch 115 balls or something like that, but it's also Justin Fields' offense. So I think it's one of those things where sometimes Vegas lines really pull you back in from the name cliche or the name cachet, I should say, and help you kind of get a little bit more aligned here. And kind of speaking on that pick we just made with Puka, Puka feels a little bit risky just because his injury history going back to college, but I do see a world where Puka can play the Cooper Kupp 2021 role. Like I really think
for sure.
McVay is so comfortable with him moving him around the line of scrimmage and playing everywhere. And now you have Devontae Adams playing a legit outside and having, you know, like the top cornerback have to play on him as he's still like a pretty good separator out there. And Puka just running free for, you know, 12, 13, 14 targets a game, even if they're not super downfield shots. I could see him really coming in with like 120 catches this year.
All right, we're on the clock. Are we going Dirty Birds here with Drake London, Achane, Bowers, Ladd, JT? What do you like in this range?
Yeah, let's grab London here.
Yeah. You also get that Week 17 boost with those two playing each other in the finals.
Oh, that's sexy. See, this is where you come into play. I'm like I'm not the correlation guy here. You know, I haven't really looked into Week 17 in particular. But London, yeah, I'm very cautiously optimistic about London. I like the limited sample that we saw with him and Penix. Obviously, the target numbers were very high. I'm equally cautiously optimistic about Michael Penix. I think we saw a very small sample size where he did some good things. He did some bad things. He was playing against very porous pass defenses. So I don't want to like get out over my skis here. But overall, I just think this is going to be a huge summer where Penix gets to get comfortable. And we saw just really high target numbers with Drake London there. And he's a player where if he's getting high volume, he's going to end up, you know, producing 13, 14, 1,500 yards. And if he kind of breaks right in that like Mike Evans vein where maybe he'll score 8 touchdowns, but maybe he scores 14, you know, and that's kind of like a league breaking player.
Wanted to quickly circle back. The oldest man to ever stream all 150 drafts. Not a coincidence. He's asking us how we feel about the Gap. He's a huge fan. Hey, there's some nice values at the Gap. I thought you might be an Old Navy kind of guy, Neil. What store do you shop the most at, Nick, other than your own clothes? Do you have any go-tos?
I like the Gap. That's a good call out. I don't think there's really like a Gap in the area where I live, so I haven't been there in a while. But I feel like they're a good value, safe, high floor type of player. Where I am usually finding myself, I get a lot of clothes at Zara.
Okay,
I'll dip into H&M. Those two are probably like the top visited clothing spots that I'll go to. I also pretty much just wear like a plain black T-shirt every day, and those are sourced from Los Angeles Apparel, which is like an online site that you can order blanks from. And we actually make all of our brand clothing from Los Angeles Apparel. Like we get the blanks from them and then print on them.
Should I be concerned that random people in the chat know that you're a Zara guy, or is this something you proclaim on your airwaves?
I don't feel like I talk about it that much. So I feel like If anyone should be concerned, maybe it's me.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say Zara. That was my go-to when I studied abroad in Spain, because this was before Zara's and H&M's like were all across the United States. There was just like a few of those like in the major cities. And so over there is like getting cheap clothes that also looked good. Always, I feel like the issue with my Zara stuff is like I wore it all the time when I was studying abroad, and then it kind of like broke down. But like it looked good and was cheap, and I was like, that's enough for me.
Yeah, and it's like if you're not meticulous with how you're washing and drying those clothes, though, they could break apart very, very easily.
Yeah.
That's the only problem. Is like if your whole wardrobe is from them, they're probably going to need a refill quickly. And
this is
I was
these
really
people thought
hoping
they were going to get best ball advice, and Nick and I are just going to talk about clothing options.
Not a chance.
No, but we are.
Pete, you're 3.5 hours into a stream. I know you need a little break here.
yeah, I'm dying, man. Carry me. Terry McLaurin, Kyron Williams, Josh Allen, Mike Evans, Breece Hall, Tet. You could, double up on the Rams here. You could go elite quarterback. What's your hunch?
Yeah, so I'm thinking either Josh Allen or one of the running backs. Do you have a strong feel on Kyron versus Breece? Do you have a guy that you like or dislike?
So I prefer Breece, but on a team with the Rams, I don't
Let's
mind
go.
going
Let's
Kyron.
stick with Josh. Let's stick with Josh.
Okay.
Unless we got
All
Kyron
right.
there.
Shit, I didn't get it toggled back in time.
Okay,
I was
that's
trying
okay.
to toggle it at the last second.
I was looking at the teams ahead of us, and most of them have a running back already, so there's a decent chance either Kyron or Breece fell back to us, but that's okay if we don't get Josh Allen. I just find myself, it feels like how many years are we going to be waiting for like the late round quarterback to start kind of like trickling away, where we realize like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and those types of guys are putting up insane fantasy numbers on a weekly basis to the point that they have completely separated themselves from the other quarterbacks in the pack here. And I feel like they're well worth, a back end third, early fourth round pick.
Yeah, for sure. I think the where the issue comes, it's like no one, I think, has anything bad to say about the elite quarterbacks in a vacuum. I think they're very fairly priced. I think it's because the mid-range quarterbacks you mentioned, guys like Penix now, are such nice values. And, CJ Stroud, that you start to do like the 2v2s of saying, like, what do I like better? Getting a guy like who's going to be a wide receiver, like a DJ Moore or Tet with a CJ Stroud or Michael Penix. Or do you like the Josh Allen with like the Marvin Mims, Quentin Johnston types who are the wide receivers going there? And it like tend to like the 2v2s on that side, but like I still want to be getting these elite quarterbacks when it makes sense.
No, that's fair. All right, what do we got here?
So we go Kyron there. So we double up on this Rams team and then grab Drake London. Jayden Daniels, Josh Allen do go. So by ADP, we're looking at Tet, DJ Moore, James Cook, Xavier Worthy, Jameson Williams, DK Metcalf. This is kind of a choose your own adventure here.
Yeah. It feels early for Tet here, though. I do like his target upside. Can you hit the running backs real quick?
Yeah. It goes Cook, Omarion Hampton, and then Chuba and those guys go in the fifth.
All right, let's go back to the receivers. And
Tet, Worthy, JMO, DK.
Let's grab JMO. I kind of really like JMO as like a true breakout. Like last year was his first year getting his legs underneath him, and he popped off for 1,000. And I know there are definitely concerns with no more Ben Johnson. And what does that offense look like without him? I am someone who, I appreciate the good coaches and the good coordinators around the NFL, but at the end of the day, I do think they've probably left a pretty big impact, and whoever's taking over as the OC, who's internal, will probably have a huge stamp of Ben Johnson's offense still within that system. And I also think like the players, for the most part, are what make up what happens on the field.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a pretty big mistake if the Lions, current, coaching staff looked around and they're like, you know what? I know we lost Ben Johnson. We should really mix things up. It's like, let's just try to emulate what he did last year and keep it rolling. I haven't taken a ton of Jameson. He's such an interesting one because no one discounts that he can just pop off for a 30-point game. Like everyone knows that's in his bag. But I do think that's the fun conversation of like, can he take the step where he's even more entrenched? And like the lens I like to think of it through is like, could you see him being like a round 2 wide receiver next year? Like where you take him where we take like Ladd McConkey and Rashee Rice. That's where I think the debate can kind of set up.
Yeah, no, it's a super valid debate because, you have to wonder if the volume is ever really going to get to a spot where we're super comfortable with it. I would I don't know if it's a good argument, but if you look at last year, I mean, he missed 2 games. He still ended up going for 1,060 total yards, 8 touchdowns, 17.3 yards per reception. So missing 2 games and still catching nearly 60 passes. You have guys like Zay Flowers who are catching like 70 passes a year, and their name cachet again like feels a little bit more spicy. But I would say like Jameson Williams, there's a world where if he plays the full season, we can get him up to 70 catches. And if his average at the target is, 14, 15 yards downfield, we're looking at a massive type of year or just a yardage spike, maybe something that we saw similar to like Jalen Waddle when him and Tyreek Hill were playing together in that year too.
Yep. We're on the clock here. So the running backs that we were kind of looking at do fall here. So Chuba, Joe Mixon, Kamara. I don't think we do Burrow, RJ Harvey, Rome. You like one of these running backs or something off the board?
Yeah. I think the running back I feel most comfortable with here is Kamara.
Okay. Yeah. Kamara. I think you can make the case for any of these guys here. I don't get as much Kamara, so I like that. We also, I was seeing if there's any correlations. I don't see a lot there. I guess the selling point, right, is just the competition behind him looks pretty weak again.
Yeah, 0 competition. And when you start to look at those other guys, I mean, they do have serious competition. You have Chuba, who gets Rico Dowdle coming in. And Rico, he might be just a guy, but he still just went for whatever, 1,100, 1,200 total yards and like led a backfield. They drafted Trevor Etienne in the 4th round. So like clearly they want another guy there without Jonathan Brooks. And at the end of the day, Carolina is still a team that's projected to win like 6 games. So objectively, Chuba was great last year, but are you really buying someone who might not catch as many passes? Like Kamara's also on a shit offense, but he's still going to catch probably 70, 75, 80 passes on an offense where like a quarterback, Shuck or Rattler or whoever are not going to be guys that are taking a ton of shots downfield. I feel like they'll probably be most comfortable with Kamara. Mixon, I don't know really how to feel about him. Like he looked so good in the first half of last year, had the high ankle sprain, then looked bad. Now they add Nick Chubb, who I'm honestly more optimistic about Nick Chubb going into this year than I was going into last year. So I think he'll, take a little bit of volume. And then you got Woody Marks, who can be a pass catcher as well. So it's a little bit tough to get a feel for this tier of running backs. Kamara just feels like a guy that I feel very good about his floor with the passing numbers.
Oh yeah. They're going to build the entire offense out of him like they did last year. Let's see here. We're about to pick at 6'4". We got the 2 running backs, the 3 wide receivers. Burrow falling, but not much interest to our team with no Bengals. You're now kind of in this flat tier of wide receiver: Rome, Addison, Olave, Jeudy. RJ Harvey sliding a little more these days with Dobbins there. What do you like in this range?
I think we should probably stick with the receiver. I would have said I would kind of be interested in James Conner if he was still around there. We could do something really, really ugly here and go with New Orleans direction here and grab Kamara, grab Olave, and on the off chance that Tyler Shuck is a good quarterback, get him in the 18th round or something like that and get unique.
Yeah. I like it. I mean, Leone and I just did a team where we took, Kenneth Walker and JSN and then took Darnold, where it's the same thing where it's like, we like these players. Now let's just hope and pray that the quarterback play, like we need the quarterback play to be good for these picks to work. So might as well just build out the stack.
Yeah, and Tyler Shuck's like one of those guys where, of course, he could be a 0 for you, but it's like everybody is just assuming he's going to be atrocious. So the teams that do pick him, and if he happens to go for, 22, 24, 25 touchdowns and maybe adds a little bit with his legs, he's going to be someone who kind of changes the landscape of fantasy football, or at least these best ball tournaments down the stretch here. And obviously, if Shuck is good, like the 2 guys that have the biggest beneficiary of this will be Kamara and Olave, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I like it too. We get the symmetry here. We get the Rams teammates, Kerrane and Puka. We get the Kamara and Olave. I love making the team correlated bets. Also, shout out to my guy Brett here, gifting 5 memberships. I see a few of you guys got hooked up with those. Thank you, Brett. And on top of that, if you guys are new YouTube members here, a few perks with that. I do an After Dark show on the weekends, either Friday or Saturday night. That is gated for YouTube members. And then the recent perk is I've been doing the Best Ball Bash, spin a wheel for YouTube members on Wednesday. And whoever's name comes up gets to hop on right on the spot, draft a team with me. No further vetting. Could be any weirdo rando out there, if you got a YouTube membership, I will DM you a link if you win to come and draft with me. And so far, Nick, I've been waiting for a real wild card to come on, but I've just been getting a bunch of normal ass great people so far.
I mean, we're early in the offseason.
We're
man.
early.
These are people who play best ball and dynasty are respectable people. Once you hit them July, August streets are different, man. The heat is hot.
I need that, like, walking around your neighborhood weirdos getting on stream here to draft.
No, I feel you.
Have you guys done any man on the street stuff in New York recently?
Nah, not really our speed, honestly. We're not ones to really leave the office. We're either on the couch or in the studio. And for the third summer in a row, our air conditioning in the office is broken and schizophrenic.
Oh, no.
So tomorrow, when we're in the office and it's supposed to be near 100 degrees, I'm just glad that you caught me today, because I'm not sure if I would have made it to Wednesday or Thursday.
Dude, I'm in. I paid this this off season to get an AC unit installed in my office, and even being in the basement, it's relatively cool, but you'll still get those 2 to 3 months of the year where I would finish these streams and I would just be dripping sweat, and I was like, I'm just paying whatever to have this unit installed so I can actually stream in peace.
Yeah, sometimes that shit is priceless, man.
Okay, we are back on the clock. Judkins is kind of the ADP faller here. Shakir, Tony Pollard, Aaron Jones, Ayuk, Mooney,
Josh
Josh
I gotta
Downs.
say, I like pretty much everyone showing here more than
Nice.
Judkins. He's not for me.
Okay. I want the pick that's for you.
Yeah, that's super fair. Let's go with, we already took Drake London, so we can either go. Let's go Shakir. Let's go Shakir. Sorry.
Let me get it. Did I get it? Yes.
Dubs in the chat. Yeah, Shakir. I love this tier of receivers. Shakir, Darnell Mooney, Josh Downs. I even like Tony Pollard and Aaron Jones. Like, I like a lot of the players that are in that position. Judkins scares me a little bit just because Cleveland's team totals 4.5 wins. I think Dylan Sampson's very talented. Yeah. I just don't know how heavily Judkins will be used outside of first and second downs and how many rushing opportunities they're going to have. I think the one out that Judkins could have is if Joe Flacco plays a ton of games. If he ends up starting for 12 plus games, he's an absolute check down merchant, and Judkins could be like an early down guy that ends up catching 45 plus passes, and that obviously will return some value there at the end of the 7th round. But Shakir, man, I love him down here. Like, he has consistently improved year over year. He is Josh Allen's #1 target. They keep trying to add dudes to this receiving core, and it just is not really working. Like, Keon Coleman is more of a fun person than I think he is an actual fantasy target at this point. Kincaid, it feels like they've shown us nothing that could really attribute to him being a great player in that offense either. So the first down target rate is something that I actually wanted to jump into with Josh Downs, but he was taken. So now we got to get a little spicy. Yeah, here.
Josh Downs. The running backs have gotten wiped except Brian Robinson, Ayuk, Kupp, Ibuka. There's nothing we really need to do with
tight
quarterback
ends?
yet.
What's going on with the tight ends?
Kelsey and Andrews are here. Hawkinson just went.
Nope. Let's go. Oh God. Let's grab B-Rob.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick. I know it's right at ADP, but getting a third running back here before, I think there's a pretty good ADP drop. I like that pick.
Yeah, he's not exciting, obviously, but he's without a doubt the starter there. And when you tie a running back that is on a top 5 offense, like they were number, I think, either 4 or 5 in scoring last year, and I expect them to be around the same spot, he could. Again, most of these guys are just kind of within this range of outcomes where they're probably going to do this or at the upside do that. B-Rob could end up scoring 6 rushing touchdowns, but there's also a world just because the offense is good enough and he'll get most of the goal line carries that he just ends up kind of backing his way into 10 rushing touchdowns, and that ends up being a really good value for a guy that you're getting in the 8th round here. So B-Rob down here, like, he's dealt with the injury history and, through 3 years, I don't think he's topped 800 rushing yards. They have Eckler. I kind of like Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, that 7th rounder. He's a pretty talented dude, but still very, very low hit rate if we're going to project into that. So I feel like B-Rob's a guy until he gets hurt and best ball, so you don't need to start him anyways.
Yeah, and they like you said, the Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt guys is interesting, but that was pretty low draft capital. They seem pretty content to roll with B-Rob and Eckler. Yeah. And I also think too, this team, they want to protect Jayden Daniels at all costs. They don't strike me as a team that's going to be like having him Superman it into the end zone, like at the goal line.
Right.
Like they want B-Rob to punch these in. And the touchdown upside in this offense is just so massive. Like he could do the James Cook thing where it's just like, has 15 touchdowns and we're all like, how did that happen? It's like, well, it's a really good offense and he was at the goal line a ton.
Yeah, it's super unlikely, but like we've also seen those years out of, Jamal Williams a couple of years ago, LeGarrette Blount, where it's like, all they do is run the ball, but they end up being in a really good offense, right place, right time, and score 16 to 18 rushing touchdowns. Very unlikely, but like if there's going to be someone in that situation who's like not a phenomenal running back in his own right, but just right place, right time, B-Rob feels like he's one of those dudes that could possibly fit that mold. Raheem Mostert, like just those types of guys where talent is not the only thing that matters at this point in the draft.
Yep. Have you what have you been drafting primarily? Have you done some BBMs? You messing around with some of the side contests? Where have you liked to play?
Strictly BBMs for the most part, because Underdog got banned in New York for a month or two, and I was like, man, we're kind of cooked out here. Hold on, let's get this.
That was a bummer. Yeah, let's make this pick. So we got 3 running backs, 5 wide receivers. Best available tight end. We're in kind of like the Ingram, Jonnu territory. Jonnu's been sliding a lot in drafts.
I'm fine waiting on tight end because I really like a dude like Tucker Kraft or someone later there. I'm cool with Baker here. I do like the Baker slide all the way down at pick 92 here, so we're way below ADP. Unless you think that's forcing it because we don't have any stacks with Tampa Bay.
I don't mind it because we could do, Rashad White, Kate Otten, Jalen McMillan. There are ways to stack him if we want to scoop this value.
Yeah. What else? What else is there?
Fields naked. Tracy could be in play there.
What about like we're running low. We'll take Baker. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah. Again, I'm not like a tournament head here where I know all the best practices here, but a guy like Baker, I feel like he's statistically not going to hurt your team regardless of whether or not you have a stack with him. And I do think he gives us a little bit of flexibility now that because our other stacks are on low performing offenses, or at least like the New Orleans one, it's like, we could wait until the last round to grab a guy like Tyler Shuck. So it doesn't put a ton of pressure on us. What I was saying with the BBM stuff. Yeah, we got locked out obviously for like a month or so. And I had no idea when it was going to open back up. And then all of a sudden there was a tweet one day that was like, oh, we're live in New York. So I took like I had like $500 in my account. And I just auto joined every dollar
slow
PBM
draft
that I could. Yeah. So I had like 25
I'm back,
PBM,
baby.
Slow drafts going.
That was looking very sketchy there for a second. Very glad for all of you New York guys that they got that worked out. 1350 here. Baker, Kerrane, Kamara, Brian Robinson, Puka, Drake London, Jamo, Olave, Shakir. The other quarterbacks stacking out, it's obviously Stafford, obviously Shuck, and then also Penix with London. Definitely,
we got a lot of opportunity to wait on there. Let's see what we're looking at for. I mean, tight end is still. I think you think we could wait another round. Do you think we'll probably miss out on? I like going Jonnu, Njoku, or Kraft. Like one of those 3 are probably guys that I'm looking at. Jonnu's probably. I'm a little bit torn on what the Miami offense is. I actually think I like the other 2 a little bit more.
Okay, you want to do Njoku?
That's fine. We're way ahead of the ADP, but I'm kind of nervous that if we don't grab him here, we're kind of subjugated to like the Dallas Goedert tier. And Njoku's another dude where the numbers with Flacco are staggering when he's in the lineup in terms of just overall raw targets and reception. So if we can get half a season out of him, I think we're probably looking at a top 5 tight end for David Njoku, who's like really hit that late career breakout edge.
Yeah, and this dynamic happens with the quarterbacks sometimes too, where you have a bunch of targets you like, and you only get 1 pick in each round. So you're going to have to pull up a guy, like if you want to get multiple of them, because, in the dream draft, you'll get them at value and like, oh, they keep falling and I'm able to get all of them. But more realistically, you're going to have to say, all right, I like Njoku and Goddard. I'm going to have to pull one of them up early to ensure I get both.
Yeah.
I think too, the quarterbacks are definitely falling in this room. So we could kind of sit back and see like, hey, does a Goff come back to us with JMO? I forgot about him. Obviously Penix. And I think too, even with Baker, I've been doing a lot of like 3 quarterback builds. So I think we have a lot of flexibility there.
Yeah, I really like going 3 quarterback builds. I don't know if the numbers bear it out, but at the end of the day, the quarterback scored the most points. So I think having a high level scorer at that position, or at least having the most outs for someone to put up the 22 to 25 points per week, is something I'm very much in on these type of best ball strategy drafts. I was thinking about this morning. What do you think among all the situations out there right now are the most crucial to figure out or get right going into the year? Because I'm thinking about like Chicago's offense feels like one of them, right? Like if you want to go a full fade on Chicago's offense and you end up getting that right, that feels like a massive advantage. The KC wide receiver room feels like another one that's really, really tricky to figure out. Do you have any other ones that you feel like are really kind of like twisting your brain around?
Yeah, I mean, the one I keep coming back to, and I know Twitter has debated this a lot, is the Jags backfield. I think there's going to be a massive winner there. Okay. And I think people can make strong cases for each guy at ADP for different reasons. And I'm not even ruling out that there could be kind of 2 winners there, like we had from the Dolphins backfield a couple years ago. Like you're not going to get a Mostert A-chain, but I think you could get a light version of that from, say, like ETN and Tootin, or Bigsby and Tootin, where it's just like, hey, it consolidates and this offense takes the leap. So I think if you knew who was going to lead the Jags in fantasy points this year, you would want to draft that player on every team.
I'm less inclined to believe that. I think there's a world where like the Jags offense, everyone's so excited about what's going to happen here. And I'm like, at the end of the day, they drafted Travis Hunter, which is like a really...
Hang on real quick.
Yeah, sure.
We're on the clock. Do you want to do Goff past ADP with JMO here?
Let me see the tight ends.
Yeah, tight ends, we're looking at Tyler Warren, Kincaid, Goddard, likely.
Nope. Let's go to receiver.
Mims, Besh, Quentin Johnston, Leggett,
Yikes.
Palmer.
Running back real quick. What about Javonte? How are you feeling about the Dallas backfield?
Sorry. I have been playing it more through Miles Sanders, just because I think the gap between Javonte and him is like pretty wild. It's still like a 60, 70 pick gap. But I've been open to it in scenarios like this where he really falls past ADP. But the other thing I do, we were kind of talking about the type of players. Like I feel like with Kerrane, Kamara, and Brian Robinson, I feel really good about like our early touches on this team, where I'd almost rather take like a bigger swing at like a rookie or a backup,
like a Ray Davis or something, like end of the year Trey Benson. Yeah. No, that's valid.
I'm not beating the allegations that I desperately wanted to take Jared Goff. No, we didn't have enough time to talk it all through.
Yeah. Jacksonville. Yeah. I don't know what to make of Liam Cohen, dude. Like I get it. The Bucs were awesome last year, but this feels like something we could look back on and be like, of course, Liam Cohen was a fucking goofball, and this went south like really, really quickly. And I'm not sold that we get a winner out of the backfield. Like I think we could see a committee where maybe not similar to last year, but we don't have a clear week-to-week winner where you can't like play anybody on a week-to-week basis. Because I could see a world where Travis Etienne is like the most explosive back there and catches a lot of passes. I could see a world where Tank runs for 900 plus yards and scores 6 to 7 touchdowns. Bashal Tootin is exciting, but he puts the ball on the floor all the time. Okay, let's see. What do we?
We're on the clock. I'm just going to. Rashad White's kind of interesting since we do have Baker. I think we can probably push our QB3 with Penix, Stafford options. Mims, Besh, QJ, Leggett, and then tight end Goddard is here as well. Anything you like?
I'm cool with Rashad White. We can go with him as the one. The one concern I have, I guess, for Rashad White is just how heavily we saw him get phased out of the offense last year. Like I do think he's such a good breather back as a pass catcher, but the last 6 to 8 weeks of the season, I don't know if Rashad White like maintains a real role in that offense. Like Bucky was so legit. Like I could see a world where Bucky becomes what Austin Eckler was for the Chargers, where he like shouldn't be a 3-down back just because of his size, but he kind of forces them into a role where he's the best option on all 3 downs. But Rashad White down here, I think that gives us a good little stack of of the Baker Tampa Bay scoop where we didn't really have an option to do that otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. That was kind of my thought. I agree. I think the one thing that kind of reframed how I was thinking about Rachaad White is in the other direction of like, we always think about, the contingent upside for like the younger backs, like, hey, Trey Benson, if James Conner goes down. But because we saw Rachaad White lose the job, we're less into it. But it's like, if Bucky gets hurt, Rachaad White's still a smash in this offense. And then just like we were talking, because we've got the Baker value, I kind of want to be like, all right, if Baker's a QB you need this year, like, let's at least get a few other guys on his team so that we get to like realize him just smashing.
No, that's super valid. I didn't really think about it that way either. It's the same thing. It's like the David Montgomery conundrum at this point, where it's like, we don't want David Montgomery, but like we all know if Gibbs goes down, Montgomery's a weekly top 5 guy. And that probably is the same for a lot of the players out here.
And I guess maybe the counter to even what I just said would someone be like, hey, I love Sean Tucker. And I actually think Sean Tucker is the dude if Bucky, goes down. But Rashad would be
there's like no logical reasoning behind that.
All right, we're about to pick here. This is kind of an interesting decision. I think tight end is definitely like in the mix for us, but we could also grab Penix and be done at quarterback.
I think we wait on. I genuinely think we go with Shuck as our QB3. I think we just wait on that. Yeah. Let's see. Blue. I kind of like Jaden Blue a little bit. I like Cedric Tillman as well. I think he's like a sneaky part of this Cleveland offense that is getting zero love, despite him being really, really good before getting hurt last year. So I'll throw Tillman in at the top of the list. Don't hate Pat Bryant either.
I like Pat Bryant too. I like all of these picks make sense. McMillan, obviously, because we have Baker. Tillman, pair him with Njoku. Bryant, I just like in a vacuum like you. Which one do you want to pull the trigger on?
Let's roll with Tillman.
Yeah. Tillman there, 6 wide receivers. Have you entertained a dark thought of clicking a Cleveland quarterback in a draft?
No, I don't think I have a single draft pick of a Cleveland quarterback. I don't know if you saw, I don't know. Going into the offseason, I just assumed the QB1 battle was between Flacco and Pickett. And, one of them would win and then get benched. And I would assume at least 3 quarterbacks have starts for the year. I don't know if you saw, it was either like yesterday or 2 or 3 days ago, whatever. Daniel Jeremiah was saying that he thinks Shador or Dylan Gabriel will be the starter in week 1. And Kenny Pickett will likely get cut. And Flacco is just kind of there as an emergency QB. I have a really hard time believing that.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's basically just a bummer because I think it's going to work itself out. I think these Cleveland Browns can pay off their cost, but it just is hard for stacking because it's just like the most likely scenario is you're burning a roster spot. So it's just like kind of have to shrug your shoulders, draft these guys, and you just don't get the stack satisfaction.
Well, the hard part about it too is like not only is there like a very good chance that you get a 0, but it's like even if it hits, even if you pick the right one, it doesn't feel like there's a ton of upside to be had there unless you nail the Flacco and you get 36 pass attempts per game over 14, 15 games. So it doesn't feel like there's a ton of upside to be had no matter, where you end up hitting. Okay. I think we should go with the second tight end here.
Yeah. Because do you like Freiermuth or Strange?
Let's see. Who else is available there?
Henry as well. These 3 guys, Gesicki's here. And then
I like any of those top 4 guys. They're all cool with me. I like the Gesicki resigning. Henry was low-key kind of good with Drake May. I'm fine with Pat Freiermuth. He's probably the best player available here.
One huge bonus here, we get some correlation opposite Cleveland in week 17, opposite the Detroit JMO stack in week 16, which is really nice double dip correlation there.
Let's run it, Pat Freiermuth for the Millie.
And that was the guy. I mean, we mentioned him at the top. Pat Freiermuth, Jerry Jeudy, basically like all the Browns and Steelers guys. Their main guys project better than their ADP. So if you can just get slightly competent quarterback play, you're going to be cooking with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's no like real pass catching competition there either in Pittsburgh, and now we have Rodgers to give it like a little bit of a floor or some stability, maybe, hopefully.
For the audio listeners, here's the team so far. We got Baker and Jared Goff at quarterback. We got 4 running backs: Kerrane, Kamara, Brian Robinson, and Rachaad White. We got 6 wide receivers: Puka, Drake London, JMO, Chris Olave, Khalil Shakur, Cedric Tillman, and then 2 tight ends: Njoku and Freiermuth. And lots of nice kind of team bets here. Obviously Tampa, obviously Detroit, but we also have double Rams, double Saints, and double Browns on this team.
Hell yeah. Anytime you can double up on Saints and Browns, you just have
On the
to do
worst
that.
on the worst odd 3 offenses in the league, you got to do it.
Yeah. Just a good
No,
time
man,
out
this is
here,
all
man.
about the value hunting.
Mhm.
What are you guys working on these days over at BDG? Is it getting the draft guide and everything out?
Yeah, we're working on a draft guide right now. We launched a trivia membership last month, about a month ago, which is going really, really, really well. Everybody,
Nice.
Normally we have, one trivia game a day that you're allowed to play on the website, but we gave everybody access to all of the historical games we've ever had. So sort of like a calendar of like the Sporkle, or if on New York Times you've ever seen, like you can go back on the calendar and play any previous game. So we allowed that. Cool. And then we do like a private live stream every Friday where the members get to like vote on the game that we play. And then they're like in the game with us, which has actually been like super, super fun. And that's, we've actually had a ton of people sign up and our members. And it's like one of the more exciting things we're working on right now. So it's been fun, but obviously, busy summer.
Joey B's got it down. I watch so much BDG trivia, best ball streams or BDG trivia. That's all you need to get through these dog days of summer, Nick. Dude,
we do too much trivia. We're in the office on like Tuesdays and Fridays, pretty much filming all day. And we got Ron Stewart is now kind of like a staple piece of the trivia now, because we need some guys to fill in. While we're down a couple guys, so he'll be in the office tomorrow filming with us. It's just fun to have people in there and like kind of fuck around, because everybody's so like into the best ball content and like fantasy content, and trivia feels like it's a way for everybody to like kind of chill out and relax while also still hanging around and talking about the same topic.
For sure. We're on the clock now. I just put Bryant in the queue because we were both interested in him. Last pick, Shipley, Miles Sanders at running back. We got sniped on Kate Otten, Mason Taylor, Schultz, Chig, Jatavian Sanders. What do you think?
I mean, I'm cool with here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go Pat Bryant here.
Yep.
And then I think what we're gonna do is hit that third tight end with Juwan Johnson.
I love the call. Like
Juwan Johnson. What's crazy is like Taysom Hill obviously, fucked up his whole shit at the end of the year last year. So we might not see him on a football field again. The very first thing the Saints did this offseason was re-sign Juwan Johnson to like a three for I think $36 million deal. And he's like the only pass catcher in that tight end room, really, and a very, very key secondary third passing option there. So if we're gonna go all in on the Saints here, I mean, Juwan just makes sense where we're at.
So we have 3 more picks left. We know we want one of them to be Juwan. We know that we want one of them to be Chuck.
Schmo.
Whoa! How did we get sniped on Juwan Johnson at 181? What's his?
Because
ADP?
we opened our mouth.
Wow, 206. God, this is what we put it on a billboard and we paid the price. Let's see here. I do think the last pick. I think we'll go 3 tight ends, 3 quarterbacks. I do think we want one more running back. 4 feels a little light here.
Yeah. What else do we got here?
Miles Sanders, Justice Hill. We probably don't do Jaquiz on a Kerrane team. Dylan Sampson could be fun on a Cleveland team since we passed.
Dylan Sampson's actually my highest owned player in BBMs.
Let's go.
I really like a lot of Brashard Smith. I would be cool with Miles too. I know that's one of your plans here, but Dylan has my heart for sure. No,
and I like this. We passed on Judkins. We made a big bet on Cleveland. And I think I've been really warming to Sampson. Talking to Ben Gretchen and Sean Siegel are really high on him, and really talking about how there's more ambiguity in this backfield that we're maybe giving credit. Like we're just all assuming it's like Sampson, who is a really good prospect. Like it's one of those situations where I think the team wants Judkins to succeed, but it's not so clear cut that if Sampson is outperforming him, that they're just going to be pot committed to that draft capital.
I agree. And we've also historically seen Cleveland like be able to split up the backfield really successfully. Obviously, they had a much better O-line and a better offense and all that, but like they are without a doubt willing to kind of scrape the barrel here with like a Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt duo, and whoever's performing better could ride that hot hand there. And Sampson is super, super explosive. Judkins is obviously a really good running back too, but his explosiveness is not near Sampson's level. He ran very well for his size, but like on film, Sampson's in another category. And Sampson also profiles to me. I watched a lot of his film. I thought he was a phenomenal inside runner, despite being a smaller back. He reminded me a little bit of like Achan or Aaron Jones, where people kind of look at him and they're like, he's a little bit too small to like really throw it up the middle and get his body like working there. But those dudes to me were also really, really underrated inside the tackles runners. And I feel like I see that a lot with Sampson. I think they're both going to get a lot of work this year. Judkins will get the first crack at it, but I could also see him getting a ton of like not valuable touches there just because Cleveland's early down work is probably going to be almost useless.
Going back to Ron Stewart joining you for trivia stuff, what do you say to the allegations that I just made up right now that you didn't run back the BDGE trivia tournament because Fantasy Life team won it and you couldn't, stand having us defend our crown?
Yeah, I mean, that was as a leader, amongst men, I like to operate the business as a democracy. So we took a vote internally. I was like, I think we should run it back. Everybody else within the BDG organization said, no, we don't want to get embarrassed again. So not on me. As a leader, there's nothing else I could do besides blame my guys here.
I like it. I mean, and the other thing, just massive undertaking with live events. I'm working to plan our ship chasing. We're doing a draft weekend in Florida in August. And it's just like, as you know, like getting all those details lined up here is a lot. All right, we're on the clock. Should we just lock up Shuck right now to make sure we get him?
Absolutely.
All right, let's get him.
What a world. We're selecting Tyler Shuck over Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, I don't even. That's the world I want to live in. And we made that bet early. We said, hey, let's do the Kamara and Olave thing. We knew this was going to be our guy. He's a good 3 quarterback. This is the most unathletic quarterback room in the league. Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, and Tyler Shuck right here.
I love that. The least miles ran throughout the season.
Let's see here. Let's look at tight ends. We're going to have to get a little creative with this third tight end here, unless you're okay with just rocking a 2 with Njoku or Freiermuth.
It doesn't feel great. When you're at a spot like this, are you looking for upside or are you looking for floor tight end wise?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'd say I'm okay with either of those. I just want to avoid zeros. So yeah, maybe I'm looking for a little bit more.
Okay. So to me, Conklin feels like the guy. If we're looking for a guy that will likely be the starting tight end for the team, he's attached to Justin Herbert. There's a world where I think Conklin becomes an every week reliable target for Herbert. There's also a world where every Chargers tight end just averages like 24 receiving yards a game. But like Ferguson could sit behind Higbee for the entire year. Theo Johnson, who knows with that Giants tight end room. Noah Gray is going to be behind Kelsey. Sanat showed 0 last year. Komet and Loveland. The tight ends there are gross, and Conklin feels like a dude who we know at least is likely going to play like 65 to 70% of the snaps on that offense.
I'm laughing because it's Chargers tight end day because Leone and I had a Herbert team and we were like stuck with who are we taking with our last pick and we needed a tight end and we were debating between the Conklin and Disley. It took Disley and now you're getting me hyped on Conklin being the guy there. So I have evenly spread my bets on Chargers tight ends today.
You've evenly spread your bets on something that doesn't return anything.
Anything. Yes, 00 is going to come up on that roulette wheel.
Yeah, all you've taken is green on the roulette wheel.
People keep telling me that there was a video of Tyler Conklin running routes this weekend where he looked like he was running very pissed off and inspired. So we got that for us.
I didn't see it, but I'm not surprised.
Should we watch this right now?
The league needs to be on fucking notice.
I want to actually see this clip because I've now seen it referenced a ton. Multiple people referencing head bobbing on this click. Okay, here we go. This is Tyler Conklin going.
That would put me on the other side of the field.
Yeah, I like it, man. I feel that's a big boy.
It's not great. I mean,
I think it's when he has the shirt on his head.
The head bob with the thing on his fucking head. It's incredible.
All right. Well, I feel better. Do you feel better or worse after seeing this video about drafting?
Significantly worse. Significantly worse.
I also like it how it looks like he's training with high schoolers.
Yeah. This looks like he's at a camp or something.
Yeah. I also can't tell if I want him to lose some weight there as well. He's looking kind of like a linebacker out there.
He's big. Let's just say he's a red zone target. Let's just say he's got red zone upside.
All right, let's recap this team for the audio listeners. We'll get Nick's final thoughts. Did you realize this, Nick? This was my 50th BBM draft. You got to be here for this milestone draft.
Yeah, I did. That's why I said I couldn't make it last Monday.
That's right. I've been trying to get Nick on the books here. 3573, Baker, Jared Goff, Tyler Shuck, hashtag exciting whites, 5 running backs, Kyron Williams, Alvin Kamara, Brian Robinson, Rashad White, Dylan Sampson, 7 wide receivers, Puka, Drake London, J-Mo, Chris Olave, Khalil Shakur, Cedric Tillman, Pat Bryant, 3 tight ends, Njoku, Freiermuth, and Conklin. Got some nice rookie upside late with Sampson and Pat Bryant, and then made some big bets on the worst teams in football. I love it. What do you think about this team?
All I have to say is, like, when Tyler Shuck is cooking and week 14 hits and they get Tampa Bay, Carolina, the New York Jets, and Tennessee, you and me might be the only ones left laughing in the best ball streets.
That's right. The chat also pointing out, I drafted 4 teams today. Every single one of them the same structure, 3-5-7-3. Apparently I have a type, Nick.
Well, you subconsciously, like, when we're kind of just like talking, you know, and it gets down to about 4 seconds left, you always have like some guy in the queue that we didn't really talk about, but like he's top of the list. So I think you subconsciously like you're a magnet towards a specific build.
Are you saying, you know, I like to pride myself on letting the guests dictate the picks, drive it. Are you suggesting that I was subliminally feeding you the picks I really wanted to supersede your own interests?
No, I think you're doing it for a good reason. I'm just like not talented enough to do 30-second clocks. Like I can't talk and make decisions and picks, even though I'm not the one doing anything. Like you're doing everything, but I think that's what a good leader does. We just, you know, we blame other people.
Did you see the, I don't know how much of Best Ball Twitter ends up on your For You page, but it was the huge conversation over the past weekend because Underdog for a second took off the 20-second options, and a bunch of people were really upset about that because we've, you know, gotten to enjoy those. It sounds like what you're looking for is a 45-second option for when you.
No, I personally love the 20-second clock. I saw that for a sec because I saw Rudman kind of hint at it, even though I feel like all of last summer, everyone was so hyped about the 20-second clock. And I feel like I remember personally reaching out to Rudman being like, this is the best thing you guys have ever done.
Yeah.
And then he tweets out like, oh, he was shocked that people were pissed about the 20-second clock going away. So I don't really like jump into those kind of conversations, but I like the quick clock for content for sure, because some of these can drag out really, really long if you do mock drafts on other platforms, you know, and you're doing it with people from the Discord or whatever, and you put the clock to like a minute, 2 minutes, it could take hours to get down to like round 12 or 13. So with when doing streams, I love the 20-second clocks. And if you want to just like kind of bust one out while you're chilling on the couch or something too, it just feels like it's you know, we're living in a dopamine world, man. I need to listen to podcasts at like 1.5, 1.75, 2. Like, give me my drafts at 2x speed also.
It's I like doing a lot of cardio club drafts, and one of the things with the 30-second clocks is you have someone bleeding it, and it's like the way I do them is, you know, I'll take a break to make my pick and then start back up. And I'm like, because I'm trying to like gas it, like, you know, whether I'm running or on the Stairmaster, and someone bleeding the clock in a 30-second draft, a few of those, and you're just like, God fucking damn it. Will you make your picks? At least with the 20 seconds, it's like, I kind of know the cadence. Like, I'm going to be good to take these breaks for these picks.
Yeah. People caught on to my busting one out there. That was semi-draft related, but.
You started the stream by telling us you were balls out commando, and you finished it by saying you got to bust one out when you can. So I know what went on underneath the desk during this stream.
Yeah, I didn't want to be the one to make the joke because it felt a little bit crass, but like you guys haven't seen the bottom half of me this entire video, so.
That's right. You mentioned the trivia stuff. You got the trivia membership, draft guide, obviously BDGE YouTube channel. Anything else you'd like people to check out here for the Best Ball Sickos?
No, not really. I mean, if you just search BDG, we've got, you know, regular fantasy content going out pretty much daily now. We have different trivia games. If you guys are into that or haven't seen it, like, honestly, it's just a lot of fun. It's kind of the same type of vibe where we're just like relaxing, bullshitting, and playing some NFL trivia. So if you're into that, and we also have the game on the site, bdge.co, where you could play the trivia yourselves daily. Today's trivia is probably the hardest one we've ever had up on the site. So God bless you if you start off today. It's like every tight end drafted in round 5 or later that has like 1,900 career receiving yards.
Oh,
Since the year 2000.
That's for the ball knowers.
No,
right
it's
there.
for the ball knowers, but like even the ballest of knowers are going to struggle on that one.
Yes. Speaking of trivia, do you have a lawsuit into to Jack and Snapback stealing trivia and running with it?
Yeah, I mean, like we've just kind of overlapped on so many things. We'll see. Once that becomes like really successful, then I'll sit down with Jack and be like, "Hey, buddy, like,
royalties.
Give us a little bit of a cut from what you're doing, because eventually you're going to have to figure out your own business model." I'm excited to see when he plans to launch his fantasy draft guide, though, too.
No, it's just a little suspicious. Jack waltzes into your office, sees how successful the trivia stuff is, takes the idea, and then moves to Miami. It from afar, it seems a little suspicious.
Yeah, no, it's definitely weird. We haven't had a conversation about it. But the Miami move seems to be like at the core of what happened here for sure.
How much do you love Jack's like Instagram bit where every day he talks about how he can't believe he used to live in New York to the point it feels like he thinks about New York nonstop?
Agreed. Like the projection coming from him is, to be fair, that's probably on like the Miami Jack Instagram, which I unfollowed within about 3 or 4 days, because it wasn't a Miami Instagram. It was an anti-New York
about New York.
Yeah. Like he acts like he's not a diehard Knicks fan. Like he didn't just live here for 6 years. Like his business isn't located here. He's actually a fucking moron.
I know. I followed that Miami Jack to get all kinds of New York content. It's like Jack's like, I just bought this parfait bowl that cost me $8 and it would have cost me $14 in New York. I'm like,
yeah, he acts like Miami isn't fucking expensive too. He waits for winter and goes like, it would never be fucking 42 degrees in Miami.
Let's see how he's talking when it's 110 and the humidity levels are spiking right now. Well, Nick, great drafting with you as always. I'm going to do like a quick overnight trip to go to New York in a couple of weeks. Leone and Kerrane are going to be there as well. So I'll hit you up. We can meet up or something.
Yeah, sounds good. Let me know.
All right, guys. Appreciate you all in the chat today. Fun times drafting as always. Off and on the clock tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Eastern after the Swolecast, and then we'll have Best Ball Bash Wednesday at 1 p.m. Thanks again to everyone who gifted memberships today as well. Super generous of all of you, and the recipients take advantage of those perks. For producer Mark, for Leone, for Kerrane, for Nick, I'm Pete. We'll see you guys next time on Best Ball Breakfast.